Shit, sorry, man. I forgot I was hosting a space. Fuck's sake. I can't believe I forgot already. I think it's just because I was by myself for so long. What's up, Eric? I'm trying to figure out the password for my Twitter account. Yeah. Backup.
Hey, what's up, Logan?
Hey, 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 hey. What's up? Um, Let me pop my earphones in so you don't hear yourself. Uh, Alrighty. So are you here to join the cult?
Absolutely. Figured, yeah, well, now 4:30 in the morning. Shit, I can't sleep tonight, but might as well, man.
All right, all right. Good times. I'm just gonna go ahead and get the paperwork ready, and I'll get that for
I do sign that with blood, correct?
you. Correct. Yes. Only unvaxxed blood, though.
You got it, my friend.
Did you get the vaccine?
No, Harvard, I didn't want to get it anyway. I never get sick. I mean, I got the flu when I was 9, and I got the cold when I was 17, but that's basically it. So, but the guys at Harvard told me if I put that in my system, um, I'm off the project. I mean, they were defunded during COVID, and they weren't even allowed to speak on like CNN, Fox News, anything. I mean, that's Harvard Med, dude. I'd be giving them billions of fucking dollars to figure out the problem, but they were just pushed off the cliff.
Oh man. Uh, Remember that space you did with Chupacabra, like 71490. Can't remember my phone number. Shit. Um, you did a space with Chupacabra, right? And you kind of the space kind of became about you, right? Towards the end, and there was just like one dude who was a dick, and but he was kind of cooler towards the end or whatever, and he apologized. But anyways, I was trying to listen back to that episode, but I can't find it. Do you know what happened to it? Didn't you know if it's still there?
Oh, I have no idea, man. I'm kind of new to Twitter, so I really don't know how to navigate it very well. I've been I opened up one account and never posted, never interacted with anybody, and I got banned for life. And then about 8 months later, I got banned for life again. Um, and they don't give you any explanations. And then in the box, you try to ask what the problem is, and then you hit send, and it shows up in red, could not send at this time and shit. So it's just like I haven't been a big fan of Twitter. I know there's a lot of I don't know dudes in their mom's basement with Cheetos stuck in their braces, pretending to be professionals. But other than that, man, it's been all right.
Yeah. How can you say, dude? I've been I've been talking to you for like a year now, haven't I? Can't be that new.
Yeah, on and off. But as far as usage, I haven't used it much.
Happy birthday, Logan.
Dankeschön.
Got anything planned today?
Yes, get a bunch of new cult pledges.
It's your birthday today, Logan.
I'm the big 3-6.
Whoop whoop. That's when gravity starts hitting them balls, brother.
It's Illuminati numbers.
Yeah, I just need a 9. I mean, what year is it? It's like 2023, so that's like Oh, and that doesn't add up to 9. Oh well. What are you guys up to today? It's Friday.
Oh, I'm going down. I have to move a bunch of my shit around. I'm moving basically over the weekend. But just chilling other than that.
Moving. What? Like locally though?
No, I'm going to NorCal.
Oh, not North Carolina, Northern California.
Yeah.
Why?
Don't get into too much detail. I'm gonna tell you on Discord.
Is it a money thing?
Is it what?
Is it because of money?
Actually, no.
Ocean's gonna come out into the Slickik in San Francisco, right? In January. So
Oh, shit.
you'll be close.
San Francisco. You been right?
Yeah. It
Were
wasn't
you
too bad
always in
when I
LA?
was there.
Were you always in LA? Yeah, I know it's fucking gross, bro. So was LA. Honestly, that's kind of one of the reasons I'm like down to leave because it's just gross, bro. Every year, every
Yeah.
day, it's worse than the
But I'm not
previous.
in LA.
Where are you?
I'm looking at I'm in like the part that's like on the well you know where Huntington Beach is. It's like I don't know, a bunch of I don't know actually anymore. I don't know what goes on around here. It is kind of weird. Everything changes, man. But you're not moving to San Francisco, are you? You're not going there, right?
No,
Hallelujah.
no, that'd be horrible. All of my friends who moved there, like, they got used to it, but it's like really gross there and way expensive, even more expensive than LA.
Yeah, I don't know why but Twitter decided to stay there. That's one good thing.
I lived in SoCal back in the '80s, man. It was a freaking paradise compared to what it is now. It's changed so much.
Yeah, man. I saw some videos of like people driving through like Southern California back in the 50s. They even drive through like Huntington Beach and stuff, and like man, it looks so like nice and perfect and clean and like I think what happened was just too many people.
Yeah, too many homeless people and too many people. Yeah, even traffic, like
And bad
parking.
politics.
Yeah, my aunt was telling me that at Thanksgiving that she graduated at like 89 or whatever, and like she was gone from like her parents' house for like a few years or whatever, but at college, and when she came back in like 92 or 3 or whatever, like the place had just become like overrun. Like she couldn't like drive down her street anymore because like their cars were like um all the parking spots were filled all of a sudden, like they never used to have that problem. There was always a parking spot somewhere. But like now like the space was super like limited and overrun, I guess. Was that your experience too, Eric?
Yeah, it was, man. I loved Huntington Beach, Redondo Pier. The surf was awesome. The water was, lukewarm. It wasn't freezing cold. I mean, it was just a different place. But it seemed like overnight it was just extremely crowded.
Oh shit. I see Holly has an event coming up. Um,
What?
she's gonna be at the Awakening Mini Expo Saturday, February 17th. The darker side of ufology. Here, I'll share it in the nest.
Do you know if is Elizondo in their little nano group? Do you know?
I don't know what group you're talking about. Nano group?
Doesn't Holly have that group called Nanu or whatever with Sean Cahill now?
She does? I don't know anything about it. It does sound familiar. I don't know. It's like a group chat you're talking about?
No, it's like I feel like everyone's making their own little TTSA these days. It's one of those. That's kind of the vibe I get from it.
their own like little TTSA to the stars. Hey Eric, when you hear like the words TTSA, does that like irritate you?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Why?
Um, well, it's just much on a deeper level. Hal Puthoff and all those guys from back in the day, they were working with Joseph Firmage, and Joe Firmage, and the guy's got like an IQ of like 200, so he's socially awkward, maybe even autistic. I'm not even sure, but they decided to keep an eye on him ever since he was about 16 years old because he was one of the inventors of original websites, Silicon Valley business, all that stuff. So he was put under oversight in the CIA, and he had like a UFO experience. Left his career, took about 25 million, built a lab in Utah, and wanted to replicate that type of technology. I mean, he worked with John Mack, Stephen Greer, all those guys, and these guys from the CIA would constantly come by and check on the work he was doing. You know, they were worried he'd build something that might have been, destructive. But that was to the Stars Academy of Arts and Science. Oh God, man, it's 4:30 in the morning. Don't quote me, but you can look up Inter-NASA and find Joe Firmage, his prototypes at the Acceleron 9 Motor. You got to say motor or he gets upset. But he basically he was going to be the front man for Disclosure. They hired a PR guy, offered to pay him $300,000 to make him famous, so Disclosure could be noticed by everyone. The man failed. So the man took him to court for the $300,000. Of course, he lost in court.
Oh, that
Joe
Kvyat guy?
relapsed. Yeah, I believe so. But Joe relapsed. He got really depressed, relapsed about 3 or 4 times with alcohol. Had a problem with that, several DWIs, but still a brilliant scientist. So once they realized that failed and they saw that Tom DeLonge was poking around and looking for answers within our government, generals and stuff like that, they decided, hey, this guy's got a shitload of followers. Let's reamp the project and use him for it. Well, they made Tom make him think it was his idea, and so that launched To the Stars Academy. And once they realized that they weren't able to push the narrative that they wanted to do, it kind of all broke up and went into different areas. So that's just a clear and present same thing they're doing with Chris Bledsoe is they will hover and drive a narrative. Information is power. Disclosure is extremely powerful, and whoever owns it, is gonna rule the roost. I mean, back in the day, there was the Aviary group, and then there was the Aquarius group, and the both of them were kind of fighting. One side wanted to keep it quiet, the other side wanted to push for disclosure and take over a new power grid, a new ownership over the world. You know, because it is that powerful. I mean, you're looking at sociology, psychology, religion, and great technologies. And once you own that kind of knowledge, you can you can pretty much sweep the planet with it. And so it's been a battle ever since. Just to make sure that the narrative is right. I mean, even with Lou, I've never met the guy. I'm sure he's a great dude, but last time he and I spoke at a conference, I think it was 2 years ago, and it had to be Zoom because what's that? Sorry, it's like 4 in the morning for me. The UFO Congress in Phoenix, Arizona. It was actually based in Mesa at the time. A friend of mine, Heidi, she was helping run, all the tech stuff and everything, but I decided I'd talk after Lou. I told him I didn't want to talk, and then I found out Lou was going to be there. So I said, look, I'll talk if you put me after him. And my whole talk was about physically affected people. Dr. Gary Nolan, Stanford, University of Northern Texas. Several universities are looking into it. And so I had a PowerPoint set up. And during Lou's Q&A, somebody asked him, "What about physically affected people?" And he banged on his desk. And I've never seen him pissed before. I've seen a lot of interviews, but he was mad. He said, "There's no evidence of physically affected people." And I'm thinking to myself, I got to talk after that. This is bullshit. I'm going to look like I'm completely lying. But I know for a fact that Dr. Gary Nolan and Lou Elizondo sat in Crystal City at the Pentagon having lunch talking about physically affected people before he ever left his job in office. So why, as a civilian, are you lying about it now? So yeah, I do get upset when I see the same classic crap happen over and over again.
Yeah, it's the same kind of core group, like making new companies and like dropping people. I think that's kind of what it is along to Elizondo and like remaking Soul and Nanny without him.
Is anybody speaking?
Man, I got kicked out of like my app here, like because I was trying to like log in on my computer, right? But when I did that, it kicked me. Oh, uh, hold on. Can you hear me? Let's see. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, captions are there, so I can wait. No, they're not. Hello, hello, hello. I don't see my own captions, but I do see a thing. Hey, you guys want to give me like a hand signal? Maybe let me know you can hear me. Boop. I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone.
I can hear you now.
Oh, you couldn't hear me when you were a listener?
Well, a little bit ago, I couldn't hear you. Whenever I came up, I jumped out, closed my app, came back in.
Yeah, I know. I can hear you. You just couldn't hear me.
But now you're totally fine.
Girl, you're fine.
But Eric, I remember that court case. Like, I actually looked up the court case. I think it was in what, Orange County or something in California, and that's how it got thrown out. It got thrown out on a jurisdiction issue.
That's where I live.
Yeah, I really didn't follow the court case. I just knew that he was innocent. I mean, the guy was offered $300,000 from the CIA, but he never got the money because he never really did the job. And I don't know anybody on the planet that could make Joe Firmage famous.
Well, wasn't it based off of some gyroscope that Hal Puthoff got from Russia or the Soviet Union? And he had talked about that. Was it, I forgot. He published a paper with two other scientists, and I think that they had talked about some of how that physics could be used for the UFO to reverse engineer, create some space time metric stuff, and that's what the internasa technology was based around. But they said it didn't work, and so everybody got thrown under the bus for it or something.
That was a different court proceeding. The one I'm talking about is just being sued over the 300,000 that wasn't even owed. But yeah, it's the same people, same company. I was talking to Joe at the time because he was trying to launch manyone.org, which is a really cool social media. I mean, I got to get on there and check it out, and like everything's attached. When you're trying to Google something, it everything just pops up from every direction, and it's so user friendly. It was a great program. I'm just not sure why it was never launched, because it was supposed to be launched back in 2018.
What was?
It was called manyone.org. Um, I'm a bit older, so it's really difficult for me to use, social media. It doesn't really mix well with my common sense. So um, Joe had me get on there, and it was really cool. I mean, if you wanted to look up gorillas, you would have the option of, YouTube was attached, all kinds of things were attached where you can learn so much. Like, it just made it so easy to research and check things out. I mean, anybody could do it. And I was really looking forward to that thing launching. But I know he relapsed and he went into rehab for a little while. He does have a problem with depression. I think everybody that's had a close up sighting with a UFO has a depression problem. But I was really looking forward to that. And I haven't heard much from Joe ever since, but it was an awesome social media. Yeah, he also had it set up where you can make money off of your own ad revenue. So instead of corporations making money off of people viewing you, you actually make money off of being viewed.
What was it? What was Joe Firmage's like big money making idea? Like there was some web or something to do with the internet that he created that he made a lot of money from.
He helped invent websites when I think he was about 16, 17 years old.
Yeah, he was behind like a Net Zero or like one of those early. Was it? Was it not Net Zero? It was Netscape, I think.
Something like that. Maybe I forgot, but yeah, I was just trying to remember.
Dang, this guy really kind of that Jeremy Riss, that alien scientist guy. I see a tweet. He says they are shutting down the Schumer amendment and putting the nail in the disclosure coffin as we speak. Your government is corrupt. Your government hates you. They will never tell you the truth. Disclosure is a pipe dream. But he kind of just really kind of sound like he. Yeah.
Well, I mean, board and I brought this stuff up. They said there's such a huge backlog of stuff that there's especially when you have like joint agencies, like it's not if it's not just DoD, if it's multiple agencies read into some program, to get that declassified, one, you don't have enough people to go through the hoops and stuff to try to get it declassified, and two, there's different um, declassification procedures for all this stuff. So if they say all the DoD stuff that's older than 25 years, well, I mean, it's not going to get, if it's in some other program, it's not going to come out. And I believe it because you're not allocating any funding for it. If they scrub the Schumer amendment, which was allocating $20 million for that. I'm sorry, I can't co-host, man. I'm driving.
Hey, well, you're gonna stop talking just because you got a notification. Keep going.
Well, I mean, I pretty much said what I need to say. I mean, I don't think there'll be the resources to go through the stuff because they got to allocate the time. Therefore, if you, the great thing about the Schumer amendment is that they were going to have a panel strictly devoted for that declassification, but now you don't have the resources. So it's like we'll get to it when we get to it, but even though it's supposed to be anything older than 25 years mandatory declassified, well, if you watch that, whenever I went up and spoke to them, they said it bluntly that, yeah, there's all this stuff that's like supposed to be mandatory declassification rule uh, to be put out to the National Archives, but they don't get around to it. And that's one of the biggest problems with classified data because they get like petabytes of classified information every year. So to get it declassified, it's it's so difficult, and that's one of the problems they run into.
Yeah.
Like the PIDB, Public Interest Declassification Board, they were the ones that were going through the JFK files and recommending certain files to be uh, declassified and all that. So there was actual, independent panel, which I thought was a good idea in that Schumer amendment, and that's the reason I was all for that review board. But now who's going to do the work? You know?
What are we gonna do now that it hasn't? It's dead. No, now what?
There's nothing we can do. I mean, it's that's just going to be the law. It is what it is. I mean, if you actually looked at the whenever they created, like, I think the whatever it was before Arrow, before AOMSIG or whatever. I mean, the whole point was to reverse technology, learn what we have on things, to use it for defense. It wasn't for transparency. Like, that's the reason whenever I was reading like the NASA stuff, it seemed like NASA was going to be, the open, transparent, UFO disclosure stuff. But we see how that went. But I don't know. I mean, it's out of our hands. I think
Never
everyone's
give
making a
up.
push for
Never
it.
surrender.
Well, maybe the next time it comes up, they can, or maybe there. Who knows what'll happen the next time? But we just got to keep hope alive. But yeah, as it is now, I from what people are saying, the the house version, the edits is going to probably be pushed through. They gave us you know, they gave us some crumbs.
I think we made like a lot of progress. For like as far as to come. Like, imagine like this kind of thing like happening like I don't know a few years ago. You know what I mean? Like that would have been a crazy like I don't know. I can't even imagine it. But I think we're like in a really good spot.
I'm still waiting on that historical review that Kirkpatrick said it was going to be pushed out before he retired.
Yeah, I saw a picture of I mean, I don't know, this might come across the wrong way, but uh, my friend said that they wanted to just do like a YouTube show, but what they do is they go through pictures of all like the different like UFO people in the community, and like they just say like the first thing that comes to their mind or whatever. Oh, what? Oh, and I said, all right, let's have a practice round, and I said like let's do Kirkpatrick, and so I pulled up his picture or whatever, and they were like he's like a long head, and he looks like a um oh, now I can't remember, but something like his facial hair like doesn't look right, or like he looks like an alcoholic or something. Hey, what's up, Robbie?
Hey y'all, hey Logan. Hey, I thought I'd jump in and mention well, cause yeah, I think it was yesterday I mentioned something about eggnog. But it's because when I listened to your spaces, you had mentioned eggnog quite a few times, and I but I can't drink milk because I have milk lactose whatever thing like
Yeah, so am I.
yeah. So but with eggnog, it's like, oh man, do I can so I haven't had any for like maybe a year or two, or longer. I'm like, oh man, I miss it. So when you mentioned eggnog, I was like, okay, that's it. So I've been drinking eggnog the last few weeks. It's awesome. It's so tasty with cinnamon. Yeah. So yeah, that's why I thought I'd mention it because you had mentioned it, and I craved it so
Oh,
much. It's like, oh man, it's just such a good taste.
it's too good. It's yeah. I mean, I thank God they don't sell that thing year round because I don't know how I could buy. I have a serious addiction to it. So yeah.
Then you have to wait all year. Like you have to wait. And then there it is. Finally, yay, eggnog.
Yeah, I don't put cinnamon in mine. And also, if you're like lactose intolerant or whatever, you actually like just take those like tablets to like like a half an hour before you take dairy or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, eggnog, it's okay, but the other milk, no, I can't. It's kind of I can't combine foods with milk. You know, um,
I have a lactose issue.
it's
Yeah,
kind of just
those,
maybe
those
milk and cookies, but not milk and everything else.
those lactose pills, they help, but I still can't. I like ice cream, I like pizza, but if I have both of them in the same day, I'm gonna, you know, have
Pizza.
issues
Yeah.
the next day.
Oh yeah. I was going to say something else too. But I could play guitar, but I didn't. I wasn't trying to throw you off or nothing because I haven't played for a while. Like since for a while, I just kind of put it away for a while. But so I don't really know any artists' musics. Though I like playing along with it. But I wasn't ready. I was trying to tune the guitar up. It sounded lousy. But no, I don't know. You were playing some good stuff there. But I like for instance like Gwen Stefani. She's got that music cool, but I'll play the notes that she makes, and then when I play along with her music, that's what I do. Just play along. So it's hard to do, right? To just whip out a song, right? But I do have some of my own music I made, written stuff.
And so check this out. All right, pump it. So I made I was trying to do this in. Well, actually, Mel is still awake. I wanted to make like a song for like I don't know, like I don't know, it's just something I like doing, I guess. But for like the UAPDA and for what's his name, Steve Bassett and Mello, of course, in his space. I wanted to like make like a rap song maybe, but I don't know. This one came out okay, but let's see. Welcome to the ship storm, where the truth unfolds. UAPD is calling, the secrets will be told. Mysteries in the sky, we're diving deep inside. Hold on tight, join the ride. Let curiosity guide. In the darkness, they'll shine a light, unveiling the enigma. Oh, this is actually part 2. Oh, I forgot this is not the beginning. Here it is. Welcome to the ship storm, where the truth unfolds. UAPD is calling, the secrets will be told. Oh, hold on. This is the fucking. I don't know how I did that twice. Sorry about that. Here it is. All right, this is it for real. You know, I just realized, like, why am I have direct line in. Why am I playing it over the fucking microphone? My bad. Can you hear it okay?
I mean, it's definitely mono, but all Twitter is. Yeah, I like the welcome to the shitstorm. I'm not sure what you're trying to get across with. Is it to promote something or is it just to write a song?
Yeah, well, it was to kind of, yeah, I guess that was kind of the idea. It's to promote uh, like camaraderie or whatever, like a positivity for to you know, promote like engagement into like getting active and like pushing that truth out there with Steve Bassett, and he wants you to retweet his pinned tweet or whatever, and he wants like 1,000 or like 1,000,000 actually, I think, letters to be sent to these like few senators or whatever to like something to do with the bill. I can't remember, but I was trying to like get the music to get going, get people psyched up or whatever, you know.
Well, cool. No, I'm not trying to criticize. I liked it. Yeah, I'd
No, I
like
know
to hear
it was kind of gay.
just kind of. I don't know. That's nothing wrong with that. We're all a little kind of gay, aren't we? But
Well, we try to be.
sure.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe hip hop or like rap wasn't the best theme for like this song, you know. But I don't know.
Are you doing that with AI?
Yeah. So I mean, what kind of genre do you think would be like the best kind of genre to go with like the theme of like what we're talking about with like the UAPDA and like Steve Bassett and like I don't know, disclosure stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, UFO stuff, right? Something
Prog
folky,
metal.
maybe. Ooh, prog metal. Yeah, some industrial German metal.
No,
You
like
sounded
progressive
like
rock,
Paul.
like Rush or Tool.
Oh really? Oh okay.
Tool is awesome.
Why does he? I hear Paul Vidal all of a sudden. Do you hear that too?
Definitely going to have to add semen retention and the way to a rainbow light body.
I made one off on Suno the other day that was a sea shanty, like it was an old, sailor song. It turned out pretty good.
Sailor songs could be good too.
What's the name of them? Because do you call them like sea shanties? Is that what they're called?
Yeah, I prompted
Yeah.
the genre I said was old timey sea shanty. Yeah, it knew what it was. The AI knew about it. So sometimes it doesn't know what you're talking about. Like you play the theremin and it has no idea. So
Okay, finally got back into the app. All right, cool. See if you guys can hear me.
I don't hear anything.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm trying to get this fucking mic to work on my laptop, but it's like only gonna work on my phone, I guess. I don't know. I wonder if I can still like I don't care, I guess, so much if like my talking mic doesn't work so much as though like my direct line still works at least. Let's see if that'll work. Hold on. Tell me if you can hear the music playing or if it's just dead air.
Yeah, I don't hear anything.
Yeah, I got nothing, and nothing on the captions coming up either.
Dead air.
It's weird.
Are you using the desktop app?
I'm using not the X desktop app. I'm using the oh, I gotta shut this fucking thing off. Oh, thank God. Like the APK.
On your phone, you mean? Or I thought you said you had a different mic.
No, yeah, the mic that's on my the APK is on my Windows computer, right? And I have like the regular like condenser microphone connected to my computer that I was using with the app, but for some reason it's just not working right now. I don't know. It's weird. Okay, so I'm gonna make a sea shanty.
So okay, you're using like something like BlueStacks or something to access the Android APK on Windows.
No, with Windows it comes built in already. You can just install APK files.
Okay. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about, but yeah, all right. I don't know. I have issues with the desktop app being a speaker. Like it lets you do it, but it will mute your mic at weird times.
I mean, is that a bad thing? I mean, you don't want like your mic to be on when you're not talking, right?
Well, you want to be in control of it, and it's not. It doesn't. It just shuts you off. I don't know why. I was mostly using in browser, X or Twitter.
Okay, that song's coming up, but I haven't really been using it that much, unless as a backup. Like earlier, my phone just fucking decided to die, so I hopped onto the computer real quick. But yeah, what I'm doing is not like connected to like the Windows like Chrome or whatever, like the web browser version of Twitter. It's like a completely like different thing. Like the APK is like it literally thinks that like I'm using my phone when I connect to Twitter, because you're on the APK. So
Yeah, that's why I asked about BlueStacks, because you can download an Android client like BlueStacks, and then you can run Android apps directly off of your computer. It's a big download though, so I don't, just do it for Spaces did not seem worth it for me.
what's the big download? The Twitter app itself?
No, getting BlueStacks. It's the entire Android OS that you would download, and then you can whatever app you have on the Google Play Store or whatever you can use on your desktop.
Yeah, it's too big of a file. I always like the past few times I've done it, it kind of just like slowed down my whole like computer.
Well, for sharing music, like I make music, and there's a lot of music sharing spaces, right? And for iPhone users, you can change your mic settings and do like wide spectrum, but you can't do that for Android, and it does not. I spend a lot of time trying to make my music sound the way I want it to sound like, and then to play it through this mono, just I don't know. It some inside me dies every time I do that because it's like it doesn't sound good. But what can you do? I'm just not good at promotion. That's basically.
Yeah, I mean, all of that, the whole like, I'm so jealous of Apple users. You guys have like, I don't know, you have it so much better on this app in particular too. You have like a bunch of different features that Android users don't get. But besides that, like with the voice isolation or the wide spectrum thing, like that's just mic sensitivity, right? So all I need to figure out how to do is adjust the mic sensitivity.
Well, Twitter does not allow you to do that, and you can't change it within your Android settings. There might be some aftermarket way of doing it, but if there is, I don't know. But either way, it's going to not coming through the Twitter, Spaces, software. It's going to sound not great, anyways. Even if you have the iPhone, you're still miking the room, right? You're playing speakers, and then it's going into your phone, and then being digitally, coming out of our phones or wherever we're listening to it. So you lose a lot of fidelity there.
So I do see like an app on Windows called like I guess like microphone it's called a microphone amplifier, so you can adjust the all that stuff you would need to, just like I guess on Apple.
Well, yeah, that's on Windows, right? Not on your phone.
It's on Android.
Can I play some Dixie? I think it's Dixie.
Yeah, go for it, man. Hey, what's Jono's here? Jono, hey man.
Yeah, just intermission.
Long time no see.
Something like that. I don't know, could you hear that?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I do. I was just
Yeah.
captivated by this.
It comes off my I have like that headphone with the little speaker thing there, right below the. It's just my electric guitar. It's a Cort, so but it's not plugged in, through an amplifier.
Is it like a resonator guitar?
Yeah, it's got pickups, 2 pickups and 3 dials.
No,
It's probably not.
yeah, it sounded like one of those tin guitar, or not tin, but those resonator guitars. You know, those
Oh,
metal guitars.
oh, really? You could at
Or it
least hear it
sort of
though.
sound like a banjo almost.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, the mic pickup on that is terrible.
Yeah, you are not going to Hollywood. That's for sure.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Gonna step you down. Oh, and maybe that's why my mic wasn't working. Because my other thing over there, my guitar is currently plugged into there. Fuck, I didn't even. Yeah, that's not a bad thing, I guess.
Logan, you constantly have 15 mics going at once. Sometimes they're in their crotch. Sometimes you don't know you have a hot mic or a cold mic. You don't know what you're talking to. So, Eric ate the Kool-Aid or drank the Kool-Aid. I'm gonna say he ate it because the Kool-Aid's kind of chunky, bro.
Who's Eric? You mean Eric Mitchell?
That is correct, sir.
He's gone. Yeah. What Kool-Aid were you referring to?
Well, just the space name itself. And when I was sitting here just listening, Eric was still present. So
Oh yeah, he's in the title. That's right. I probably should take that down. Oh, but that reminds me, I do need to get the signups like already. Like I can just like post like a document that like everyone can like just open and like sign that's like live, you know?
oh, like this annoying people at the grocery store that want you to sign a petition.
I guess so. But in this instance, I'll be getting their souls, I guess. I mean, I'm not gonna lose them like you did, probably.
Ooh, that's a burning. So I was just gonna reference that. Well, you know, it's like if I'm focused, yeah, I can harvest the souls.
Well,
Hey,
I'm
y'all,
doing.
I gotta drop down. I'll talk to y'all later.
Oh, come on, Matthew, don't leave
No, I
us.
gotta go to. I'm going to work, man.
No, I understand.
I'll let you go. All right, it was good talking to y'all.
You too, man. Good to see you. Man, you said he's coming back home from work.
Matthew or Matthew, he does what he wants. Mixed signals. We love you, Matthew.
Hey, can you hear a guitar right now?
No, we cannot.
Perfect. So yeah, I thought, it's like if my mic's not working, that means like it's my guitar must be plugged in. Like, so my guitar's just got to be working then, right? Because it's plugged in. But then you don't hear any guitar, so it's like, well, then what? Where the fuck?
Well, if it's
Is that
going into the computer, Logan, then yeah, you got to adjust the settings on that. And I know there's some good options that have been offered up here, and I don't know a perfect one, especially when you're talking computer, that can actually bring those inputs together so that they work simultaneously, which is a pain in the ass. I know I've fucked around with so many different things that nothing ever does what I want to when it comes to microphone settings. So if you come across something that works, by all means, let everybody know.
There are hardware solutions that work pretty good, but they cost money, right? Like the iRig, or something to input or port over audio from like one application to another.
Yeah, and well, that's also software dependent as well. You can buy all the hardware you want to. If it's not working seamlessly and it's not meshing properly, then you're not going to get anything. And that's what I'm trying to say is that I have spent an abundance on hardware, and trying to get it to work effectively across multiple inputs sometimes is in excess of futility. You can have, like I said, you can have all the high-end hardware in the world, but the software isn't at the same level, or it's not on par, or cannot actually do what you want it to do. Then it's worthless. But they'll tell you, oh, it does this, but then there's some incompatibility somewhere, or something it does not cross-reference or work with. So yeah, there's no universal capability when it comes to getting your inputs and outputs going properly, despite the amount of money you spend on hardware. It is a software. The software does not work. Yes, there's highly specialized software. It costs thousands of dollars, which I'm not going to bite the bullet if I've been burned by shit that costs $100, $200, and it doesn't work. So if somebody has a solution out there, that'd be great. But I don't know. Right now I'm staycationing, got my divorce, my house is sold. I'm sitting here in this fucking hotel, and money is no object. I'll fucking spend it on whatever I want to.
Well, the free one is called Jack Audio or Jacked Audio. It's a virtual audio cable extension that you can. I've been playing around with it, but I haven't figured it out fully. There's a problem with Twitter though. Like this is not an issue on Discord or Telegram or Signal. You can add in a bot that can play music. You can queue it up and have playlists and all kinds of stuff. You just can't do that on Twitter because Twitter is a pain in the ass.
Well, yeah, Twitter API is completely hosed right now. I know that. I sit there and yell at Musk's team about this stuff. They're trying to revamp everything and nothing's working. So I get it. So especially when it comes to spaces, and we're coming upon video spaces here soon. Nothing quite works as efficiently as it should, or in the manner it should.
It's got video spaces now.
There you go. Well, it's supposed to be at the end of the year, and I've been kind of incommunicado for the last month or so.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think when you say like a video, damn, I got bug bites all over me. But like video, you mean like the way that Zoom is like video, like that, right? You don't mean like just
Well,
single live
yeah,
video.
that's the first foray they've been testing as well, trying to go against Zoom and Microsoft Teams and everything else, just to have that same functionality. X wants to be all the things, but it's not quite there yet.
I mean, I've been going like live, like right now, like I'm in this space. I could sort of like a live video, and I could be like on video, just like while I'm hosting space at the same time or whatever, start and stop it. You wouldn't even notice. But it's I don't know. You can't you can only look at one person at a time, so you probably like want to see everybody at the same time. It seems like it'd be pretty hard though.
From a coding standpoint, it's not very hard at all. It's just getting it to work the way you want to and integrating with everything else. That's why I'm pointing out the API, and that also affects the whole microphone inputs, outputs, audio inputs or outputs, and that's what we're seeing is problematic when it comes to Twitter, or X, as it were, versus like Discord and everything else has proper integration. When you are trying to mess with settings on desktop or cross it across platforms. Twitter's not quite there yet, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, tell me how you been, man. You're like where you at? You're like a local to me?
No, I'm still local to myself. I'm doing a staycation. It's cost me like a few $1,000s. And what sucks is the whole plan was for my dogs to be with my mother, and then some shit happened because they got a lot of property and stuff, and then all the dogs went tumbling down the hill when they were playing, and I'd spent 15 grand on a surgery for one of my mother's dogs, who fell down the hill with them, but actually just dislocated a hip, which sucks. I went and spent cash in a brand new car, because I'm just sitting here. I'm just blowing money. I'm doing nothing with my life. I don't know what I'm doing right now. I don't. That's why I'm staycationing, sitting in this nice fucking hotel. I have not used their free Wi-Fi, even though it's 2 gigs down. I don't care. But yeah, I mean, I'm going through my midlife crisis right now. The divorce is final. The house is sold, and I don't know what I'm doing with my life. It doesn't matter. This is my time to find myself and figure out what the fuck I want to do at this point.
That's kind of how I feel a bit at the moment.
Well, the biggest thing, and Logan, you know this too, is when I decide to relocate or where I'm going, in the interim or long term, I need a space to bring my dogs, because that's very important to me. My fur babies. I know rents and shit like that are high as hell. It's like I can work something out, I'm sure. But right now, I have my huskies in one of those like through that Rover app boarding for the next 2 weeks. It costs a pretty penny as well, but they're having a good time. I get constant updates, pictures, and phone calls, and I can stop by anytime I want to. But that's a huge concern for me. What I'm doing going forward is where can I take my dogs with me? Regardless of if I'm gonna end up out of state, which it's looking more and more like something I should do. But in the meantime, I need to do something while I'm still here, because obviously the whole doing thing with the parents wasn't working. Because my stepdad's kind of like everything's everybody else's fault, even though dogs are dogs and they like to play. He didn't care about my dogs possibly being injured. And they didn't want me to pay for the fucking surgery, and he was worried about like, oh, I put the dog down. Like you need to do all of that. It's just a fucking dislocated hip. No, no, you don't want me to pay for anything. Like, no, it's shit started costing more and more. 4,800 down payment for this, and then a surgery down payment 7,800. It's like, no, I will fucking pay for it because you know what? Like that's family. You know, all of our fur babies and our family members is like health and safety is more important to me than money. It really is. If that cuts into what I have in reserve or whatever, I don't care. But I won't be blamed for something that it's just, everybody's just dogs being dogs and everybody's just having a good time. But yeah, that's also why I could not and would not stay with my family because they all have their own issues, which is why I'm, spending way too much money on this kind of staycation for the next month until I figure out my next steps. So I think for every 2 weeks, it's costing me $3,000. So not the end of the world, but it's doable. You know.
Yeah, that's a motherfucker. Oh, here comes Trevor, right on time. Uh you know where what's his name? Our homeboy, the black guy that you love, Danny Freeman. Is that his name?
How is Mr. Freeman? I haven't talked to him in a hot minute.
He's with his kids at Disneyland right now.
No shit.
I was like,
That's
man,
definitely local to you.
He's only 20 minutes away.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and it's an hour away from me right now. I don't know. I might get bored. Like I might come up your direction, Logan, and we'll just like go do something. Let's go get drunk. I don't care at this point. Just not tomorrow because my we're doing a watch party for my sister. She was on the $100,000 pyramid, so we're doing a little like watch party tomorrow, and then we're gonna go and get drunk and do stuff in Ocean Beach tomorrow. But I actually have prior engagements where I'm going out with friends for a dinner. But yeah, if you're free this weekend, let's go do something.
Yeah, man. I'm free. I'm usually free. Like I make my own schedule, so yeah.
Oh, exactly. There you go. I was gonna say it too.
Oh,
It's like I can fit 8 people in my car. Well, 7 besides myself because I have to drive. So if we get some like Twitter folk or anybody in our area want to all do something as a group, let's do that too.
yeah, Mello's back in he's not in California anymore, right?
I don't think he's back yet. No, I think he's still in DC, which is hilarious because I rented these contractors and stuff from DC last night. Like we were out here at the hotel getting fucked up. Everybody's like smoking weed and getting drunk and whatever, which is cool because I just came out here as like, oh, I'm gonna read a book and just have a cigarette, and I'm like, oh, these are my people. So I spent a good 3 hours out here till like 1 in the morning last night, just chilling out.
Yeah, I think it'd be pretty dope, man. Dude, so it's Friday today, right? My birthday today, dude. So I turned 36 today.
Holy shit! Happy fucking birthday!
Happy
Yeah, happy
birthday,
birthday.
Logan.
I'll make sure to put that in the contact information.
Nice. I was gonna say, like, dude, yeah, I'm
36, eh?
gonna get
Yeah,
ripped this weekend probably. That'd be good.
exactly. So I'm saying, if you're free, let's go do something. Fuck it.
I haven't been drunk in a long time now. When was the last time I was drunk? It was been like I don't think I've been drunk in California. I guess it was back in Mississippi is the last time I got drunk.
Wait, holy shit! I already have your birthday in my contacts. Never mind. Oh, I actually have a notification saying it's your birthday. Oh, fuck me. I should have known that because it's the day after D-Day. That's not hard to remember.
Oh shit, that reminds me, it was my aunt's birthday yesterday. Fuck, I didn't say happy birthday. Fuck, damn it.
Happy birthday.
Well,
Give her belated.
Happy birthday.
you know, oh, hey, thank you. But you know who else's birthday it was yesterday? You know who?
Oh, don't say it.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
Now I want to know who. Yeah.
Yeah, that's best left unsaid.
Oh, it was your
That's
birthday. It
that's a
was your
touchy
birthday.
subject.
Yeah, we all know who. We
It
all know
was
who. Let's be
his.
honest.
I did
Is
tell
it
him happy
Voldemort?
birthday.
Yes, it's Voldemort.
Wait,
Was
how do
The
he
we
Eye of
even
screaming?
Sauron and everything.
how do we even know Voldemort has a birthday? Did it specifically say that in the book?
So is written, so it shall be done. I don't know.
So I was hitting the bowl last night before I went to bed, and I was just thinking like, my brain's at peace. So I looked down inside the bowl, and there's like a perfect yin yang, like just burned into it. I was like, fuck yeah, I had to take a picture.
Ooh, I
Bro,
want
that's
to
like you're
see.
like tea reading
I
or
want
tea
to
leaf
see.
reading, but in a bowl. That's
It's
awesome.
real. I'm gonna look at my bowl right now. I
I'm gonna
see.
post it down in a little bubble and the purple
So,
pill.
so was it a total log chunk or was it like broken up?
No, it's in the weed bowl.
You know, the piece. I'm talking about the marijuana or whatever. Never mind.
It
Allegedly,
was
for entertainment purposes
Ebola. For
only.
entertainment purposes only, yes. Please do place that for us.
I did. It's down in the little pill.
All right, checking the purple pill. All right,
Oh,
everybody. Let's off all the armchair psychics and tea leave readers. By all means, check this out and figure out what that means.
that's pretty cool, actually.
Makeshift condition.
Corner hitting the bowl, making it do the little longevity. Make the weed last.
I like the pipe design.
Yeah, my buddy made it. It's a little wig wag. It's pretty cool. I like the way that he blows his glass. Like what he does is he'll blow a glass piece, and before he gives it to you, he'll toss it right on the concrete. And if it breaks, he'll remake a new one. But usually his stuff it never breaks. He uses some certain type of glass. It's pretty cool. You get nervous whenever he throws it because it goes ding 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 ding. It just rattles and never breaks.
So, you know how trade names have like, shortened versions? So, what's a glass blowers? Is it just blower? Blow?
Um, I
Hot
don't
lips?
know. I don't know. Usually, like it's glass blowing. I don't think
I
that can
know,
be
but
shortened.
I think it would just be hot lips.
No, 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 no. Actually, there's a word for that. It's either a glassmith or a gaffer.
A gaffer. That sounds
That sounds
that
hot, huh?
sounds
You can go
sounds
glass
hot.
blower, glassmith, gaffer, lamp worker.
Try and put that in a sentence.
Oh, we can try.
I'm sure with the brain power in this room.
You always see gaffers on the credits of movies, like a whole bunch of
Right.
gaffers.
So that makes you wonder, is that what this, I'm sure there's multiple meanings for gaffer, but if they're all about, glass and fire, then maybe it's a larger category. I'd have to look that up. What is a gaffer in a movie? I'm going to look that up right now.
I thought it had to do with lighting because I did stage
Yeah,
lighting for
yeah.
community theater, but that
Well, that
wasn't
makes
called a
sense though.
gaffer.
When you talk about fire and glass blowing and everything else, yeah, it makes sense.
Fire. The ring of fire.
Okay, see, I started typing "what is a gaffer" in Google, and my top options are what is a gaffer in gas blowing, what is a gaffer on a movie set, what is a gaffer in soccer, and what is a gaffer in England. So we got some options. Yeah, movie set, it's lighting. There we go. Okay, and for just in general, gaffer is a master glass blower. So there we go. There's that. So when we talk about fire and glass blowing, that's a gaffer in that sense. Again, about lighting, so it makes sense. Everything is relative. It just depends on what context you're speaking of.
I want to learn how to blow glass, but I also want to learn how to bladesmith too. That'd be pretty cool.
Oh, you want like the old school, like not fire kiln thing, but
Yeah, yeah, like go back
yes,
like old school, not like use
like
propane torches,
ironsmithing.
but
Yeah.
like an old coal forge. I want to learn how to go medieval style on it. Like a
Oh,
big heavy hammer and an anvil, just manpower.
okay. I appreciate that. That's actually kind of awesome.
Yeah,
So
get some tempered Valerian steel that you have to cool and what are they? What did they do? That they cool the guy used his
well,
wife's
when you're
heart or
forging
something.
anything, yeah,
Yeah,
forging is amazing.
Did
So
you
I don't
say
know if you
Valerian steel?
he did.
Valerian. Yeah, it was from Game of Thrones.
Valerian
Like the
steel. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm following. Okay, okay. Are you all
Yeah.
there? Okay, there you are. Okay. I thought he did. They did. Now I need to know what they did to the Valerian steel.
in the book, I remember like the guy who made it, it tempered it or he cooled it off by killing his own wife with it, and that was like it was a pretty awful story. But
That's pretty odd.
that was what Jon Snow's sword that's what made it so
Literally,
special,
Well,
right?
that makes me think of the movie, the most recent King Arthur movie with the guy from Son of Anarchy. Didn't the bad guy in that movie kill his wife with his sword to get the power?
Ooh, I didn't see that.
I'm so sorry, my dog.
That's very Old Testament. Oh, that's your dog. Well, it's all good. I refuse to watch Game of Thrones, among other things. But I understand the references. I have watched the ridiculous, honest trailers for all those things. It just seems like a waste of time to me. I understand the market value for it, and well, yeah, I think I got everything from that whole series just in that stuff.
the overall story was really cool. The ending could have been a little bit better, but like the overall story, it was pretty cool. And the newer ones, House of the Dragon, that's really good. And like I can't wait for the
Uh,
second season to come out.
when does that come out? It comes out this year, doesn't it?
I have no clue. I've been waiting for like a really fucking stupid long time for it.
Yes.
That strike slowed everything down again. I think we're like a year away, or everything's like a year postponed because of it. The writer's strike.
That and COVID.
Yeah, yeah.
Every time I log on to HBO, it's like, oh, fuck, come on, update this shit. I want to see new episodes. And I'm like, fuck, just come on already.
Did you all notice on the movies and TVs how COVID changed it?
Oh, that's terrible because and I'd see masks and weird stuff, and that's
Well,
still
no,
going
but
on.
I was thinking like, for example, one of the John Wick movies, how much they used like repeated footage and stuff. My dog, I swear. How do you get
What
them
kind
to
of dog is it?
behave? She's a very intelligent one. She's a lab and Australian Shepherd mix.
Okay.
She's
Well,
hungry.
that's
Damn
good,
it.
Mix. She wants to. She has something to say. So maybe we need to let her speak her piece
Yeah,
and get it out.
feed me.
Oh, is that what it is? I was kind of shocked too because like my huskies, the ones that were like 7 and 5 or years old, I put in boarding, and they were totally cool. But I've had them since they were like 6 weeks old a piece, so they've been normally huskies are high energy and they are very high energy, but they don't bark and unless there's something wrong they don't do it.
I love
Just
the
because
level of
She's
communication. The howls. My
yeah.
grandmother used to have one. I've loved the level of communication of it. Just like, all right, the vocalness of them, like the way that
Oh
they
yeah, that's
communicate.
great. Yeah, especially for my female husky. You know, I mean, she is like, oh, she wants to tell you a story. But you know, it's like I've gotten to the point where they're not going to bark incessantly. They're not going to do anything unless there's an actual issue. They're not going to do that unless they want to talk to you. It's more like. But if they're barking, there's different types of barks for different types of things. It's a danger thing, whether it's to children around or or there's something that's coming up or whatever. Um, but yeah, no, yeah, people are surprised that my huskies are so like calm. Like huskies are not calm dogs, right? They're not. I mean, they're very active and they love running around, doing all stuff and having fun. But it's like when we're in a home environment or anything else, like nope, they are super fucking chill. It's like I'm gonna do my thing and then run around, do what I want to when I want to. But they're not gonna bark and scream incessantly, which I love. But you also have to instill that in your dogs early on. You can teach an old dog new tricks, really. You can.
Well, I got her late in life. Like all my dogs have been systematically, like I got one, then got one that was a puppy, and they raised each other. Then those two raised the other one, and those three raised the other one, and then this one. Shut up.
Well, see,
Got
you raised a good
got
point though. They raised
added
each
in.
other.
And I didn't raise this dog, and she's had some abuse. So I've had her now for about a year, and she's calming down quite a bit, but she
Not quite there
was
yet.
starved. So she gets really, they're all high food driven, so they're really easy to train. Come here and sit down and try. Come on. Hold on, please.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
worries. I
so
definitely get it. Fur baby, or yeah, we all know if we have or dogs as kids, how that goes. And I'm I don't know. I'm gonna stop fucking talking because I keep interrupting people.
Why? Why are you gonna stop talking? I always make weird conversations, don't I, Fear?
I've always wanted to get like a hybrid, like Malamute and a wolf mix. That way, like, and come out like hopefully that one would come out like a red wolf. That would be pretty cool.
Hopefully.
Oh, you want a red wolf like Chernobyl?
No, 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 not like that. But like an Alaskan Malamute, like the more red, kind of almost a brindle color, but like more red. But have a hybrid with that and a wolf, and like
Oh, okay.
hopefully it
You're just
comes.
looking at coloration. Yeah. For
Yeah,
me, mine are Malamute / Siberian Huskies. So yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. They have the killer instinct. They have it where you need it, but they're tempered and trained. Um, and yes, it's hilarious too because I don't like so much the walking of them because even though they're trained, they now want to pull you. Like again, that's what Huskies do. Like they're trained to be sled dogs and stuff.
yep,
Um,
it's in
so
their blood.
it is in their blood, and they can't help themselves. And so I have to rein them in. But at the same time, it's like they love to do what they do, and if I can give them the opportunity to enjoy themselves, just run around, do all the crazy stuff, they're happier than pig and shit. And right now, where I have them boarded up at, great communication. It's local. I can pop in anytime I want to. But not only that, but the energy of it, like the person that does boarding, that's all this guy does, right? This is how he makes his living. He's in a very nice neighborhood, and that's all he does. That's all he does. He just he boards animals, 24/7.
That's
And
cool.
so he makes good money at it. Like I said, it cost me like $3,000 to put my dogs in for 2 weeks. But that's all he does. Like that's one way to pay the fucking mortgage, I guess, right?
Right, right. Especially if you have like a huge chunk of land too.
Exactly. Yeah, especially for those guys. They need the energy and the space to run free.
Hey, I want to say good morning to everybody. And look, yesterday was real. I don't know if it was glitchy or what. I've been locked out of spaces and I don't know why, including your space. Do you have any idea? I'm trying to understand if it's a glitch or something else.
It could be a glitch. It could be maybe you said something untoward that got you kind of kicked down or brought down. Because I know sometimes when you get temporary banned, that's what will happen is that you can't post anything or put anything out there. You can be a listener, you can enjoy this, that, the other thing, but you cannot participate in so much. Um,
temporary banned. I'm not temporary banned, but I didn't say anything untoward, so there was.
Well, but you're still in Spaces, so that's always an option, and we appreciate you being here because of that.
You might want to check to see if there's an update. There was a Twitter update a couple of days ago, I think, for me.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, definitely check the updates. A very important point for regardless of that.
I
What?
redid my app. I backed out of the app, Twitter app, or the X app, and logged back in. So I am limited right now, but that'll iron itself out. But I don't know why the glitchiness in the spaces yesterday. It was crazy.
They are just glitchy in general too. Like you would think they would be better. Although the spaces where like Mark Cuban gets in and there's like 300,000 people listening, those are fine. No glitches there usually. But
Oddly enough.
Yeah, right.
Oddly enough, imagine that. Yeah, and that's the thing. You have to be on, I guess, whitelisted completely when it comes to that. But the rest of us plebes, we suffer through the updates, the constant updates, and things that don't work. Usually, what drives me crazy is usually they do these updates through the weekend, which now they're doing through the week because there's such complaint about it. Because usually people are much more available on the weekends to do spaces and whatnot, so you don't want to have that removed from you. It's just like dealing with with your cable company when they want to do updates. It'll be depending on your schedule, whatever, it'll be exactly when you don't need it to be happening for the updates. Like they should do it early morning or throughout the day when people are actually working and going to school or whatever. Pick something that makes more sense instead of a lot of us that it's like in the evening or the late night that it's like this is where we're spending our time because otherwise we
construction. They do the same thing with construction. They do it right in the middle of rush hour traffic in the day. Why would you do that?
No. See, that needs to be the opposite end. That would be a nighttime thing.
I know it. That's what I'm saying. The same principle, though. They do it. They do the activity at the inappropriate time.
Right.
Yeah.
Some of that is intentional. Like they're having, I'm almost certain my ISP is throttling me, and it's not something I can prove. But during these peak times, right? Like everything.
Oh,
gets
you can
slower.
prove. Just speed test that shit.
Well, yeah,
and
but that doesn't
bring it to him.
I do.
No,
right?
you can. I have, and I just finally, week after I sold my house, I complained to them and actually reduced my bill for closing that stuff out. Because like first of all, I haven't been using the service in 2 months, but you want to charge me damn near $600 for something I haven't used for the last 2 months, and to close it out. So that's kind of silly, But you can, it's funny too if you threaten to leave them or anything else. But I'm already leaving them, and they're like, "Whoa, that seems kind of high." Yeah, you think? It's like, look at my usage, 0. So they reduced from like $620 to like $300 just to close out the account, which is a good thing. It just you have to be able to advocate for yourself. That's basically where it comes down to.
And they're not going to admit to throttling. I don't even think
they
it's legal.
won't. But yeah, and it is okay. It is legal. Say even an unlimited plan, if you whatever new guidelines they have, right? Like let's say they say, oh, you can use 3 terabytes, and that's going to throttle down to whatever, which is problematic if you're especially as a cable company.
It's false advertising, at least in my ISPs, because they say they don't do that. So,
right. I'm assuming you don't have fiber because fiber does not get throttled at all. I love DSL. Fiber.
Yeah, DSL.
Yeah, DSL. Yep, DSL. They'll fuck you over, just like they will with the coax cable stuff.
DSL. Where you might does that even exist anymore?
Clearly, it does.
I'm in a rural area. Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, the rural initiative hasn't quite gone through yet.
Oh God, are there people that still use the whole dial-up?
Well, satellite, you can get satellite even if you're in the middle of nowhere.
We need to help those people if they are.
Well, those initiatives don't quite work out when it comes down to it, unfortunately.
There's a fiber company in my area that is slowly getting closer to where I live. I'm hoping my goal is to get them to put the box in my property, and then I'll have like the first whack at it.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say it's all the what's called the last mile, because there is fiber cables, dark fiber throughout the entire country that's been laid down forever. And I missed that because my old house had fiber. That was the first one in the entire county, San Diego County, to have fiber. And then I sold my house to my sister and my brother-in-law. And where I moved to, even though it was still relatively new, they did not have fiber because they never did the last leg, last mile, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, so it's very frustrating because the nice thing about fiber is the only way to shut off fiber, even if God forbid you were just late in your fucking payment or whatever, the only way to cut fiber off is to cut the damn cable, and that's not happening. The optical cable. So you still would have your internet.
They can shut the
But
signal off to it, right? Or shut the power
well,
to
they
it.
can at
Yeah.
what they call the MSCs, the switching stations. They could do that, but it's a lot more involved. But no, it's why I love fiber because it's asynchronous, or it's synchronous. So you're up and you're down are the same. So my fiber, I had 2 gigs up, 2 gigs down, and even when they would have, whatever network issues on the coaxial network, which is normal cable network, for any maintenance or repair, fiber's not affected because that's going through, fiber cables. That's going through fiber optic glass cables. That signal never goes away, and doesn't degrade. So fiber is the way to go, going forward. I know a lot of these places have the backup, like cellular networks and whatnot, which is good, but that gets oversaturated too, especially if there's power outages or issues with towers going down and whatnot, which we all see, when it comes to our phones. But yeah, no, fiber is
I
amazing.
mean,
if you can,
we pay a monthly bill for them to upkeep that infrastructure that you're talking about, right? Like that's what the monthly bill is supposed to go to, part of it at least. Why are we having service interruption? Why would they need to throttle? It's because they're taking more of a profit than in not investing in their own infrastructure.
They aren't. And see, that's a very good point because before I cut the cord on cable and everything else, that really pissed me off because they moved to new Cisco boxes, right? So even now you'd have stuff on your DVR locally recorded, but because of the new type of cable boxes they have, even if it was recorded and it was locally stored, you couldn't watch it because they had a network issue. Which, like, are you fucking kidding me? Because now when I actually have the time to catch up on something I've recorded, I now can't record it, even though or can't watch what locally recorded because it needs a network connection to them. No,
Why
that's what.
Why does it need a network connection if you've
Right.
recorded it?
That was my point, and that's what irritated me. That's why I cut the cord completely, because for one, it's like I was never around, or if I was around, I wasn't watching. Anything live or, even watching my recordings. But God forbid I finally wanted to watch something and their whole network was screwed up. So I couldn't, even though it was sitting there locally. Now, the older boxes, say a year or two ago, didn't have that problem. If it's local, you got it. Now it's just like the entire fucking box infrastructure, the hardware, the software has to be able to communicate with the server before it'll do anything. Yeah. So that drove a lot of people away, and that's why I told them too. You go, oh, sorry, Steve, what's going on? Why would you want to do this? Like, well, I'll tell you what. And I told them exactly what. And they're like, oh, yeah, everybody's complaining about that. Yeah, no shit. If I'm spending, hundreds of dollars a month on a service that's not working, we have a problem here. We do. And you're going to have this from everybody else. Especially, which I think is hilarious, though, when you think about like streaming services too, which are supposed to be able to let us cut the cord. But now they diversify these streaming services and they remove content left, right, and center and keep making more and more streaming services where you're costing more in cable to begin with, which is silly. And so people aren't even doing that anymore. It's like everybody's selectively picking what do they want to use for however many months, and then they walk away. So yeah, they're oversaturated in every market on every type of service at this point because people are smarter than that. We know where our money can go. Whereas being a la carte where you can pick and choose things you want to add, cable doesn't give you the options anymore. It really doesn't. You're still being nickel and dimed, right, for all your premium services.
Big sports fan. Like there's a few people I know who still have cable packages just for the NFL or something. But
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 now,
yeah,
but
I haven't had
say
Sega
Game
in years.
Pass, like NFL Game Pass, or the other, if you can get those separately. You can, as a streaming service of their own. You can do that separately. As long as you have an internet connection, you can still have that separate.
Aren't there
Um,
some network or some of the games are exclusively on network or cable? I don't know. I don't watch those.
no. Like NFL Game Pass, like I said, like a few others. Yes, those will be available. But yeah, each and every one of them is subject to some sort of blackout, which is very fucking frustrating because they want you. It's like that's the way to get you to pay for other services. I'm not doing it. You know, even if I was a hardcore sports enthusiast, like I have family members. It's like, oh yeah, watch game stuff whenever they're around. Okay, if it's not covered under this, or this, I'm not paying for something else. I'm just not. You know, it's just silly. And they're getting that saturation point where everything you do and everything you try to watch is costing you money. And you might only watch 5 hours TV a fucking week. It might just be a couple of games, you know, every week on Sunday. And you don't have that available on there, and so you've got to get another streaming service, another streaming service. Why am I paying all this extra money? And that's where people resort to getting shit for free or doing things that are, you know, not quite legit.
Privacy,
Yeah, password.
privacy.
Like I'm not paying for HBO or what is it, the Amazon or no Prime. I'm paying for, but at Netflix, HBO, and one other Disney. I got my brother's or mother's password, and then they got mine for the Amazon. We would share, but they're cracking down on that too. So
No, I
they
was gonna say, yeah, they are cracking down, especially on Netflix.
Mhm. That one's easy to
That's a
work
huge
around
one.
though. You just have to coordinate. They get an email with like a 15-minute timer, TIP
Well,
code
I
or
mean, there
something.
are ways around it. Yes, there are ways around it, but a lot of those things, believe it or not, are even worse than that now. They're cracking down on to such a degree, which is beyond ridiculous. And not only that, but the tiers of service are changing. So it's like you could be paying for what you consider ad free, Hulu or Netflix or Prime, whatever the hell. And then they're raising the rates. And then they're limiting the amount of screens that can be run simultaneously, regardless if it's a cell phone or a TV or whatnot. And so it's just they add more tiers, and then you have to pay 2, 3 times more just to get what you were getting before, um, which is frustrating. You know, it's like I was paying for a no ads plan on this, and now this tier has ads, and they've created some other tier. It's like, what the fuck am I paying you for then? You know, and a lot of people are finding that frustration. So people are picking and choosing because the economy's shit. Let's be honest. But you don't want to be overcharged 2 or 3 times, especially for the amount of content you're actually receiving or using. You know, it's a huge issue.
Yeah, and advertising in general is a disaster. It's not even effective from what I hear anymore. Like the YouTube is, I use an ad blocker on my smart TV
Right.
and like on my phone, so I don't see the ads, but I still have to sit through like this blank space where the ads would be.
Mhm. You can
it's
see how many ads there are, and that's what
yeah,
frustrating. But if you pay for, say, like Hulu or because everybody's adding ads now, but you pay for service without ads, they don't fucking add ads. I mean, even Prime adds ads at the beginning of stuff now. Um, like, look, I'm paying you, I'm paying you X amount of money to not deal with any of this shit. But they've got to make their ad money, which is stupid. Then find a way to deal with that. Not like you guys don't make enough money to, address that. I just don't want to see the ads. I don't care for ads. That's usually why I don't know what's on sale or not caring. Well, I do because I get nonstop shit in my emails. It doesn't matter what day it is. It could be fucking Hanukkah. It could be, Flag Day. I am getting inundated with emails for people trying to sell me bullshit, which I don't care about. I don't need it constantly in my face with everything I'm doing. That's why, like, when I watch any streaming services, I like to binge. I don't want ads. It's like I'm paying to watch what I want to watch when I want to watch it. I don't need this extra bullshit in there. If you're going to add, let's increase the price. Ooh, because we're going to add ads. First of all, I was already paying you for something that did not have ads. So then it's like, if you want to up my tier, then don't add ads. Just don't. Because I was already paying you the premium to not have that. Don't put me into the ad premium and say, like, I need to do this, that, the other thing. No, keep me at the same fucking tier I am. If I need to, you raise something to do that, then you let me know. You have 60 days to do that. That's fine. I don't want fucking ads. I was paying for no ads. It's ridiculous.
Advertising, in general is awful. I try to fight back against it. There's a software called Ad Nauseum. It's a browser application, but it clicks on all the ads in the background that it blocks. It's an ad blocker, but it also clicks on every single ad that I would have seen. So my
The ones that
advertising
pop up that you have to do something with, interact
everything.
with, right?
It clicks on everything. So my advertising profile that they try to sell is worthless because it says I like everything. It's
Well, you raised a
obfuscation
good point.
through,
You said, okay, I want to point this out. You said advertising profile. Now, believe it or not, and this is something that every single person in here needs to check, whether it's on their smart TV, whether it's on an app on their phone or their iPad or their tablet or anything else, you need to make sure that there's no advertising profile turned on. You need to turn that off and clear it all out so that they do not have an advertising ID for you. But even the TVs nowadays, even the TVs have this. So you have to opt out for most of them, which is fucking ridiculous.
You can't opt out of all of it, which is the problem, right? They still do browser fingerprinting and Google, just not even being connected, but because I'm using an Android system, it's the data collection is awful. But things like Ad Nauseum, and then I have one for Google. It's called Don't Track Me, but it does all these ghost searches, as well as the searches that I use, and so the data is ruined. And it's not just ruining it for me; it's ruining it for everyone, or every advertiser at least. Yeah.
Well, it is. It's ruining for the advertisers. But again, if you're paying for, like I said, when you're talking about streaming services or whatnot, if you're paying for an ad-free experience, you should not automatically not be tracked on that. But no matter what, like that's what I was trying to say. Smart TVs, every smart appliance, any usage or anything you look up or any search, they actually have those. You have to dig down to the settings, even in the TVs, even in your freaking refrigerators. If you have a like Samsung smart refrigerator, whatever, what have you, you need to make sure this is set up that it's not ad tracking you. And it's so ridiculous to the point that it's like you have to do so much for each and every device in your house, and just to prevent that from happening.
It's bad.
Because
you can change it in your settings. Sorry, you can turn off the targeted advertisements.
Yes.
Oftentimes, you have to do that within each individual. Like you have to do it for Twitter, you have to do it for Facebook, you have to do it for Google. You have to, do it individually, and it should be privacy by default, not all this legwork in order to get, our privacy respected.
You raised an interesting point because I was going to say even on Android, because I have Android and Apple devices as well. But Android still has the option where you can remove all permissions from all devices. And I've done that accidentally, and it pissed me off because I had things I need to fix. But yeah, you can do that. You can just shut off all permissions at once, and then you have to, when you're using different applications, permit this or that on a case-by-case basis, which can be frustrating and annoying. But it's better that you're safe because you should have came from that standpoint to begin with, where everything is protected and you pick and choose what's allowed. But there is in Android, there's a setting to do that. I don't see it so much in Apple to do it across the board to clear everything out, but Android does have the ability to just shut off permissions for everything at once.
Apple is a closed system. That's what they do with their Apple Store. They're on some things they're a little bit better as far as security goes, but like they certainly don't.
But they're not. They're
just as bad as Google and Facebook and everyone else.
Right? All the companies are, and it's funny too. I'll be honest because on my devices or on my local networks, wherever, when I have run VPNs and whatnot, it's like I can't fucking watch Amazon Prime Video unless I turn off my unless I turn off my VPN. Like what? It still has me in the US, but again, it's none of your goddamn business how I'm accessing your network. They won't let you continue if there's VPN running. You can't watch a fucking Prime Video on any of your devices or anything or TV unless you turn off your VPN. It's like, okay. Honestly, you know what I did? I stopped. When it was renewal time, I stopped fucking paying for it. For Amazon. I still have my Kindle and all that other stuff, but no, I'm not doing Prime Video. If it's gonna cost me $179.99 a year. to have access to that, where I can't even watch it in the way I want to, where you, despite your advertising preferences and turn it all off, will not let me do that from a VPN.
How do they know you're using a VPN? Are they just IP banning, like the all the IPs that would come out of VPNs?
Yeah, that's a huge portion of it is the IP banning, because obviously I know what's going through different networks because of the IPs. So if you're on a VPN, VPNs are fairly static for routing when it comes down to it, because all the VPN services have chunks or blocks of what do you call it? Yes, yeah. Exactly. They have the ranges, so they block ranges, just like you block phone calls from bullshit. Like 555 numbers are not legit numbers. All they are, if you want to call, like 555-1212 is actually information. If 411 doesn't work, you can use that. But there's a whole range of numbers that don't work. But same thing when it comes to computing world. They just blanket block certain things. Like, oh, well, I need to remove this so that you can access. Like, go fuck yourself. This is the World Wide Motherfucking Web. If I want to come to you from whatever, I will. So like, it's unsafe, it's unsecure. There might be viruses. Like, viruses, how is that going to impact your network? I am trying to watch a video from this standpoint. I am accessing a service that I'm paying for. Doesn't matter where it's fucking coming from. There's no proprietary information that's passed through it via video stream where you're serving me a fucking movie or a TV show. No, you're full of shit. But it's all about control.
Yeah, they cannot track you, or if you're coming through an anonymous source. I mean, how are they supposed to take that data and then sell it, aggregate it, and bundle it and sell it off to third parties? I mean, because that is the business. That is not. Like, you are not. You are the product. Not the, yeah, exactly.
Exactly. You are the product. But see, the thing is this: if I'm paying to not be the product, then stop trying to make me the fucking product. And that's what pisses me off. Because you have to opt out of everything nowadays. And even when you do, they give you shit for it. And they won't let you do things. Like, what the fuck I'm paying? And I try to resolve that too when things like that popped up with the Amazon Prime stuff. Because I do love me some Amazon. It's so convenient. It's it's device agnostic. It works on Apple. It works on Android. It works on all your smart devices. That's what I've always loved about Amazon. And I would recommend that over the other things. Because you can actually add services, Netflix or Showtime. You can even do that with streaming services. You can put it all together in one basket, one service. It's great. But now they're putting up roadblocks. Fuck you, Bezos. I don't have time for this. I really don't. So yeah, I've gotten rid of. I cut the cord on cable. And I'll be honest with you. I think I was paying. Through my fiber connection, which is the cheapest portion of everything, and every movie channel and everything else, all the sports stuff, I was paying $600 a month. And just, cable and internet. And, I got rid of that because I was so fucking sick of I was not home and I wasn't watching or using these services. And then I couldn't because they were always doing updates. Always with the updates. So I couldn't watch it, and then they put the new software, the new hardware out, so I couldn't even watch my shit that I recorded locally. Yep, fuck you, fuck this, fuck that.
So like if you had a VCR, you would be able to record and like watch it whenever you wanted. Yeah, right.
I actually have VCRs. I do have VCRs. Believe it or not, I still have those. I could do that, and there's still people with media center PCs. That's what a lot of people run their Plex accounts off of. I know. I have access to multiple friends' Plex accounts too, so I always have like 40,000 movies that are available to me or TV shows at all times. For that very reason.
These Bluetooth-enabled devices that people do not take out of pairing mode. Like, I remember scanning my immediate neighborhood. Like, you know how many garage doors, lights, and smart home devices, TVs, Roku's that I can just access from the street, and I could throw porn up on your TV. I could turn your lights on and off. Like, you have to take these out of
receiving
mode. Repairing mode, yeah.
And
Bluetooth.
I
Yeah.
find that hilarious too, because whether it's Bluetooth pairing or even Wi-Fi pairing. Well, listen, with Wi-Fi, you have to be on the network to do it.
And hope
And
you've got a password that you created, and it's not the damn admin password that is on the back of your thing. We all know what
right,
that is. It's not. It's the same for everybody's, depending on your model of router.
right, exactly. As soon as you figure out and I think you do an easy check for the router. You can parse the information from the actual router itself when you're not really attached to the network to figure out what it is, and then you could get the admin password, like you're saying. It's sad. It's very sad. There's always a backdoor into it too. Maybe you work for that company or somebody does that you could do an override. There's too many overrides that are available to people as well.
I mean,
So even though there's a
you can-
standard backdoor, but then there's the standard backdoor that's behind the backdoor, that's company level. And then
well,
there's the standard backdoor that's the standard backdoor that is available to the government. There are 3 levels.
well, I'm not. I don't expect to change any of those government or company ones, but like you can change your router, the admin password to access your router. But I can go. I can go on line and get a list of all the admin passwords, standard admin passwords for all the different routers. I mean, it's just a public information, right? Like it's available.
It is. I can
If
Google
you
that
haven't,
shit too,
yeah,
especially if you lock yourself out. And you raise a good point. You do, and you look that up. It's like, how do I do this? How to reset this? And it has the standard stuff. And you put your model in there, and it pulls it up, which is great. It really is for when you need it because something happened. And even if you press the reset button on your devices, whether it's your modem or your router or whatever, you have to get it back repaired. Yes, you need that to
yeah, it
repair
is.
everything and to set it back up.
It's
But
important,
it's still
but
standard.
it's also important that people know that and change it. And then if you have to reset your password, you're gonna have to change it, I guess. But that's just how. But people don't change it, right? They keep it as the admin password, and then their Wi-Fi network is vulnerable.
Right. And actually, that's what's hilarious too, because the admin password's still the same. Because when you set that all up, it's about the setting up your Wi-Fi itself, which is separate from the admin password. So your router or your modem is still susceptible to that because you have not changed the admin password.
People use the same password for everything, and the top, like the top 200 passwords, or I forget what percentage they. But I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the top password used. I think in most places. But if you're using that, there's just software out there that can just scan, break through
Right.
instantly. Right? So.
Well, you know what the sad thing about that is this, okay? Because every service and every server works on different requirements when it comes to security, right? Where you have to have special character, uppercase, lowercase, whatever. Where it drives me crazy is the ones that limit. It has to be between 8 and 16 characters, or it has to be at least 8, but no more than 12. And you're like, what the hell? And I'll tell you what, I have an 18 character password, which I rotate and change, which will meet every stringent requirement, but some things don't allow you to have 18 characters. They allow you to have 12 or 10 or 8, but 8, 28,
Well,
8, 16, and that's thing. And then some don't allow special characters. And yes, the funny thing is this, is like, I'm
which should.
actually one of those people that will do like the extra hard ones, but they make sense to me, and I will slowly change everything.
Oh
But I'll do
well,
that over and over again.
ask me what one of my passwords. Ask me my password to get into Twitter. The answer is I don't know. It's long string of letters and numbers and characters that my password manager knows. So I know the master password to get into my password manager, but that's all I know. I don't know any of the passwords to get into any of my social medias, anything, any accounts that I own,
Yeah,
emails,
see,
whatever. Yeah.
and I get
So
that because mine might not be as difficult, but it is, in the sense that it's like, oh, okay, if my shit got exposed one where or one place to another, I can easily change all that. But everything else, everything, like literally everything I have has 2FA. I've got the
yes,
two-factor authentication and everything.
I mean that's
But then,
equally as important as your passwords is
right,
setting up 2FA, because that if your password is cracked or compromised, then yeah, 2FA will save you. But if you don't have it, then yeah.
And which is also important too. That even if like I know people like to write down, like a lot of people do, they like to write down a password on a piece of paper and they put it under their computer or whatever. So just put all the stuff that is and just say whether it's 2FA or not. Don't write the password down. Just put down all the accounts, all the login portions, and whether it has 2FA or not, because you can also, you can obviously change it after effect. But if you cycle through passwords like I do, I have 3 a year I'll cycle through, and then next year, some things require you to change stuff every year. But I'll start cycling through, and so I only have 3 passwords I'm using for that year, and I have a whole list of stuff that I log into, and I'll slowly change them all. And but I'll never write the password down. It'll be something in my head. It'd be some sort of like leak speak fucking password that's got letters, numbers, and characters, but I know it in my head.
If you can remember that, see, I'm not good at remembering all those things, so all the different ones. Then you have to go through the recovery process. So, the password manager.
Well, okay, I'll give you an obvious one. Say 10 years ago, I had something like I said fuck off and a bunch of letters, characters, numbers based upon the time frame. But anything that could be numbers were numbers, and I capitalized certain things, and I would uncapitalize other things. But that's what I did for that time frame. The password say I said fuck off, X amount of numbers, special characters, and then, but that would be just for that year, and I would change it again. And that's what I keep doing. It's like if people don't realize that it's like, especially when it comes down to that, weird, sentences. Sentences are a good thing, but if you have Newton leet speak, the O or the O's are zeros, all the vowels are numbers or whatever.
It becomes exponentially harder to crack the more variation you add to it. But if you're using an English word, there's only so many English words, right? It's still crackable. It's not, even the ones I have, which are not, are they considered pseudo random because they are deterministic and could, given enough computing power, be cracked.
Well, that can be said for everything. But another thing is you raise a good point too, because the only reason I'm saying that is because that's something 10 years ago I used. But I do change languages. I do. And that makes it even more, effective. Because I can change keyboards on my freaking devices on my computer or my phone. If I need to use foreign characters, so yes, I use foreign characters. Well, if and when I can.
Remember is what I'm saying. I can't do that. I have the one point of failure, but the one I use is called KeyPass. It's stored locally. It's not and it's only on my network. So I'm only as strong as my own, personal security my network is. But it's not, available on the internet, or I don't have to worry about trusting somebody else's.
I do. I don't mind those online things so much, but again, I can't trust those. That's what I'm saying. Annually I recycle things, so I only have 3 things that something could be as I start cycling through. So something could be old, it could be 6 months old, but it needs to be recycled, and it goes into this first one. I already have 3 going from next year. And so that's what happens is certain things are this and that and the other thing. There will be 3 things, which is great because when you log in or have to log in, it can only be 1 of 3 things. And usually if you don't get it right by the 3rd time, then they're going to lock you out anyway. So if every year you can change all your passwords amongst 3, then you're fine. Unless there's a severe compromise, then you change it right away. But still, like I said, I try to make it relevant to something in my head that makes no sense to anybody. And that's why I gave that whole basic, I said fuck off, which, that is so basic. I don't do that. That was over a decade ago, right?
Yeah, but that and you add in the 2FA and you're pretty safe. Unless you're being specifically targeted, I don't think you got to worry. It's about what are they, not mitigating risk, because people are afraid to just like click on links now. Like, how are you gonna navigate the internet without clicking
Well,
on
and some
links?
people
Right?
just click on links all the time, and that's the other problem. Like, you
Yeah.
can't be one of those people.
Well, there's some links are good, and some like an unsolicited DM with a link is probably not great. Whereas like other links are not going to hurt you, and if you're going to interact with the internet, you're going to eventually interact with some malware, and you just have
Yep.
to understand that that's the way it works, and be able to deal with it when it happens, right? So if you get an account that's compromised, it doesn't, because you're not reusing all your passwords. It's not all your accounts are compromised. It's just the one, and then you deal with that one. Um,
Yeah, most people are not security minded in that regard. I mean, if you really were hyper spook on that, you'd be using VPNs and you'd be using like virtual machines every time you went to anything. You could do that if you're hyper paranoid. You could.
well,
You don't
yeah,
need to.
I upload, or I boot a brand new instance of Tails on a thumb drive, and then get into Tor, and that's how I'm talking to you now. So, yeah,
See,
completely
that makes
anonymous.
sense too. Right, and
I'm
I
not.
get that.
I'm joking. I'm joking that, but you could do that.
You
It
could.
takes effort. Yeah. If I was going to like leak some government documents, that's what I would do. But I'm just talking here.
But see, that's the funny thing too. It's like I just like to play that game sometimes where it's like, I'll go 5 extra steps to make so whatever. Which probably put me on watch list just because like, how is he doing this? Blah blah blah. I don't fucking care. The point is, if you're chasing waterfalls, as it were, I don't, then spend all your time doing that. Because in just normal reality, I have nothing to hide. But at the same time, my shit is not your shit to have.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I mean, I don't. I'm not breaking any laws, but also I want my privacy. Like I have
yep.
windows, or I have curtains on my doors, and I lock my, or I close the door when I use the bathroom because I care about my own privacy. Right? I'm not hiding anything. It's just private. That's all.
That makes perfect sense. And we actually are a society based upon privacy. We have all these privacy laws, which, in the face of the government mean nothing. They really don't, unfortunately. And, with the technology we have out there, if they want to spy on you, like whether it's the x-rays or like x-ray cameras or, yeah, it sounds kind of conspiratorial, or, like fucking
Uh,
like you, yeah, no, but the same thing with like, say, what's the thermal. Okay. They use thermal cameras. They use infrared. They use everything. They know where and when you are. And actually, everybody knows this right now. All your modern routers can actually pinpoint locations, and will use the signals that are, if you use mesh routers between things, they'll find the interference. It will map out your freaking house.
Uh, Roku was doing that. They was creating a lidar map of the interior of your home.
Yep,
If you had one of those
exactly.
not Roku, Roombas, the vacuum cleaner bot
Yep.
was doing that, and
Same,
it was
yeah.
sending
Now
it
this is
off.
not only
It
the
was
vacuum cleaner, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's crazy. But that's why I got rid of all my Alexas, because I used to have like those kind of smart things, because it made sense. Like I have the round ball ones with no camera or whatever in all my bathrooms in my house. I have stuff in the kitchen, but I also have like cameras in common areas, and they all synchronize and work together, which is perfect. So if the kids, my nieces and nephews, or godkids, where anybody said that, oh, that didn't happen, or what, there's always a record, which is great. And I was more for my internal stuff. It's like, okay, guys, like, what really happened? Tell me, because I can just look back at the camera footage. Um, I would have that. But
that,
when I got the
right.
reason I got rid of the smart home stuff was because you know what? I'll tell you what, the Amazon stuff and anything else smart home wise, they started adding in 700 megahertz modems. So remember your old just house phone stuff, right? Like the cordless phones that were on the 5, 6, 700 megahertz things that they are good for like quarter mile. So now the Alexas could speak to one another. So even if you did not connect your shit to the internet, they could speak to one that was down the street. You can be monitored, even if it was not connected to your local network. That was kind of scary because there is a lot of data throughput in that connection level.
Well,
But mine did. They talk to
constantly
each other.
pinging. It's constantly
And
pinging whatever cell tower, and they can triangulate your location to give them
right.
that.
Well, not only that, but they know what location it is. But my point is that even if it's not connected at your local level, it can still transmit and receive because they added these extra, it became an Internet of Things edition so that they could share internet or other connectivity further throughout the neighborhood and throughout the community. Just because certain people had these devices, but nobody knew this, and you weren't asked or if you want to do this because that was something that's essentially dormant when you purchased it. But that's actually in the EULA, the end user license agreement, everything else that you are allowing them to do that to extend their services and their networks through their, and nobody sees that. And I've actually looked at it. But
I mean, they write it in these terms of service in a way that is not easy to understand, and then they say that's consent. It's not consent. It's not informed consent in any way. It's basically lying to us about what they're doing. At the very least,
well,
it's
see that
misleading.
there you go. You got consent versus informed consent, and that's where we need laws to protect that. But the same thing can apply to televisions, any device. It's like you just keep clicking, 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 just to start what you're trying to do. Next, 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 next. Skip, 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 skip. That's what everybody does. It's like I bought this. I'd like to use it for what it is. I bought a fucking TV. I want to get it to where I can plug in my PlayStation or my Xbox, or I want to watch a movie or DVD player, whatever the hell it is. I don't want to have to click through all this stuff. So just give me, I bought this as a monitor to plug things in. But all those other devices that plug into have the same fucking problem. Like people just click, 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 click. Same with computers. Without reading through the 15 pages worth of bullshit, that's what we do consistently all the time.
But it shouldn't be. They could easily distill it down to an easy to understand way, but they don't, because if they did do that, we would all be outraged about what they're actually doing.
Well, certainly.
Yeah.
I wholeheartedly agree with you in that regard. But yeah, and nobody does, and nobody will. And I would love if Elon over here would make his own fucking X phones, whatever, to compete with Android and and Apple, and put his money where his mouth is. That's fully a private fucking device that is not beholden to this, that, or the other thing. Obviously, let's not lie. We know that there's so many government backdoors and stuff like that. But still, I wouldn't have all your bullshit. Like if you say you want no ads, you should have no fucking ads, and you shouldn't have to pay extra for that.
I don't see Elon doing that. I mean, that Tesla has some really if you own a Tesla, you basically have to give up all your data to
I know, and I refuse to do that. But the thing about even Elon trying to put phones out there, and that's the thing. Like, if it doesn't do this, that, or the other thing, don't even bother because nobody's gonna want it. Other than having a third option, like no, nobody's going to migrate from their service if there's no buy-in on the privacy aspect.
Well, the problem is for every level of privacy that you obtain, you're going to lose a little bit of convenience, right? So you have to make that sacrifice. I think it's worth it. I mean, I think most people would think it was worth it too if they understood what's being done with our data and how it's taken and used, to manipulate us. But no, it should be a choice, right? Like it should be something we, opt out of or opt into instead of, basically.
See, sadly, privacy should not be a choice. It should be an opt-in. If you want to reduce your, same with streaming service, right? If you'd like to only pay this amount, then you have to opt into this. But if you serve or pay something, or I'm paying for a service, you can say it's like to make it cheaper, you opt into this. To reduce this, then you opt into this. It's like it's going the opposite direction. It really is. Let's be honest. Really, everything should be informed consent. It should. Where I need to opt in instead of opting out, and that is where it is.
Well, think of the deal too. Like they make billions and billions in ad revenue, and then what do we get out of the deal from
Nothing.
our data?
Not a goddamn thing.
What we get targeted advertisements, a customized user experience. They like to say, like, what the
We get to
fuck?
be the product. We get to be the
That
product. I don't want to be
that's
the
a bad
product.
deal. That deal sucks.
Yep. I do not want to be a product. I'm not paying to be the product. And that's the other thing too. I understand if it's a free service, like say Gmail or something else. Yes, they have to make their revenue some way to maintain the level and quality of service. But if I'm paying, like even in the earlier days of streaming services, I don't care if I'm paying 10, 20, 30, $50 a month. It's like I should have some level of autonomy here because I'm trying to pay for a service level of not having to deal with this stuff. I should not be subject to that because I'm paying not to be subject to that. And they make it harder and harder every year, and they want to lump everybody together. It's like, okay, so what's the difference between somebody's giving me promotional $0 and then $9.99 a month for 6 months, and somebody's paying $50 a month the entire time? Nothing. There's no fucking difference. They're still targeted advertising. They're still, trying to find a way to feed you fucking ads. Even if it's subtle, like, oh, well, the first 10 seconds of a thing before you start a show. Oh, but it's what's on their network, so it's not really ads. What you're trying to say? No, no, fucking no. No ads means no ads. I want to see your ads for your shit. I am paying for this for no ads whatsoever. Even Amazon does this now. I don't mind that as much as some of the other services, but I'm fucking done with Amazon for that same reason.
They gypped you on your butt plugs too?
Oh, wait, what butt plugs?
Oh, I don't know. So Wisteria, she shared a video of something she caught in her driveway that looks pretty crazy. Like, what do you think that it has? Like glowing green. I put it in the nest, I think. What do you think
All
that
right,
is?
check the nest.
Yeah, it's up there. I can see it. What could that possibly be?
Okay, that is weird. It almost looks like a snake, but I don't know. Yeah, that would freak me out.
Yeah. I'm kind of confused what I'm looking at. Like, how big is the thing I'm looking at, you know?
Well, I'm doing the same thing right now. I'm trying to, I'm putting it in different orientations so I can see the whole screen, but it's almost like, what is it, like Pong or something, where you're trying to look at it. It's like, why is this light going here, there, and there? Not really a trail, but I'm going to look at it again.
This could be an issue with the camera where it's not recording. I don't know, what do they call it? Live. Instead, it's like every other frame or something. So you're getting kind of a distorted view of like what would be, I don't know, like a raccoon or something. But I'm guessing here. I have no idea.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna bend over and kiss our ass goodbye. No, when I was trying to sign up, like everybody, like as many people
It's
as possible.
444. Make a wish, motherfucker.
Oh, I made that wish a long time ago. It's 6:44 at my time.
You know, the solar alignment is the exact way the solar alignment was on the day I was born.
You're saying at this moment in time it is?
Oh yeah.
Well, except we're in a completely different part of the universe because we're all moving, expanding away. So, but I understand what you're saying.
Well, that's a good point. You're saying solar alignment is exact same. See, now that I would see as a fucking rarity, because you're only 36, and I'm thinking about the rotations of the outer planets and everything else. I don't foresee the solar alignment being the same as when you're born. If it was that would be a major thing. It really would. If everything aligned the way it did when you were born right now in the 36 years you're living, yes, there's a problem. We've got a serious glitch in the matrix. Not that it can happen.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where I read it. Hold on, it's like right here somewhere. Yeah,
Hey, Logan, you know what time you were born, right?
yeah.
Okay. There's ways to look at that as well, because the alignment is not going to be the same. It's like, oh, if you're looking at the day, you got to make sure they can find some way to hyper insert that. But I'm fairly certain that the alignment overall is not the same because
Well,
of the amount of years and time that it takes for, everything to align again.
the
36
planets,
years.
the planets could be in the general same area as when you were born, but exactly no, for sure not. But also alignment. It depends on what you mean by alignment, and because usually that means the position of the planets in relationship to like the Earth and the Sun. They will say
Well,
like it's
that's
aligned.
exactly what I'm trying to say. But that's possible in that sense because of, the inner planets versus the outer planets when it comes to, rotations around the sun, where that things could line up again, which is would be very rare for a 36-year period. Um, but yeah, it's quite possible that it could be the same alignment, but not in the same, what we call relative position. But Mars and Jupiter and everything could be like, around the same spot, depending on how it goes. It just it'd be a weird thing because I think like even Neptune and Pluto and Uranus take
Oh
hundreds
shit.
of years.
My mic is open. So here I found what I was looking for. It says that it's in transit. It's been difficult for you to pay attention to things other than your romantic or creative self. This part of yourself will transform into something else. You will have to deal with what you're currently focused on, replacing the way you've always existed in the world. Be cool, be guided in the spotlight on your life, blah, blah, blah. Take notes. This transformative situation will see its beginnings in the ways you find joy. Keep an eye on all things pleasurable. The situation will reshape who you are. Building a self is a long, slow process. Now is likely the strongest you've ever been. Take action. As a result of this situation, part of your personality will change and be replaced with something new. It says the sun is currently where it was when you were born. That angle conjunction brings complexity and transformation. The sun stands for ego and focus. So
Just the sun, then. Okay.
yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
it doesn't
I only said the
explain
sun.
a lot. I mean, it was a pretty vague language, but horoscopes are like that. Yeah, it's neat.
You said
They said
you said I said
conjunction
more
means
than the sun?
what's
I
that?
only said the sun. I only said the sun. You thought I meant all the planets too?
Yes, I
Usually,
was saying planetary alignment. That's what I was saying. Like, because the way you had mentioned it before, it sounded a little more, involved. But yes, the sun. I mean, let's see. I mean, that happens all the time. Obviously, it's your freaking birthday, so yes, the sun's gonna be in the same place it was when you were born. So barring anything else, like it doesn't have a lot of significance. It does have some significance, but not that much, because every year around this time, around the time of your birthday, it's gonna be the exact same spot it was. But
except it's also a different spot because the whole solar system is moving around the
right,
galactic plane, right? And then the galaxy itself is
and then the
moving
planets
towards the
themselves around the
great
yeah.
attractor. Like we're all moving and expanding away, and space is. That's why the time travel, like, I always makes me laugh. Like your time travel machine also has to be a spaceship because it also has to travel through space. Because if you go back
It's
10 years,
space and time.
you would also have to go back through space because the Earth isn't in the same place it was
It's
in
not.
10
Nor,
years
nor
ago.
is anything else in the interstellar community. Nothing is in the same place it was. Even our local solar system moves throughout our local galaxy. Things change. We are actually, God, we're spinning at what, 25,000 miles per hour, or no, 1,000 miles per hour. My bad. Just on the planet itself. And then you got to factor in moving around the sun as we know it. And you got to factor on the sun moving through the galaxy. And you got to factor out galaxy moving through the universe. Yeah. So it's just amazing when you get to those, levels of movement and construct. So yes, when you talk about travel through time, you have to travel through space time. So I'm glad you brought that up because that's such a huge issue nobody wants to talk about.
Well, I mean, think about like it's all about your own perspective or relative perspective, right? Because like my down, like for me, down is straight down, right? And I'm guessing it's the same for you, but that is not the same
No, down is
direction
relative.
because we are not in the same location, right? So like my down, it's always to the center of the earth. That is what down
Well,
is, and then up
exactly.
would be the opposite of
Yes.
that. But that's
Right, but
going to be
that's
like
slightly
completely
skewed.
different.
It's
Yeah.
slightly skewed. Unless we're in the same exact position at the same time, our down is different, and that one's will be. Our up will be different. Our
Like if
up
we
is a
were to
skew.
like to put a direct line between my feet and your feet, it would, I would be and look straight down it. I would be looking at you at like a complete angle, most likely. I don't know where exactly you live, but I'm guessing you don't live in the
Well,
same
no,
state as I
that's
do.
correct.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the point. And I'm saying that we would not be in the same position um, from a space-time standpoint. It's like our reference for down is the center of the Earth. That is the center of our universe, as it were. It really is. And that makes sense. But still, everything else moves around us relatively to us, and we move around everything else, right? That's probably a better way to say it. We, relatively move around every other aspect of the universe, whether that's around our sun, our star, or around our galaxy, or around our universe. Depends on how far out you want to go. But there are reference points when it comes down to that, and that's what we were talking about, a couple months ago. It's like, oh, well, you're just talking about, the sun is, where it was. Well, no shit, the sun was where it was because, he was born at his birthday. Hello, it's exactly where it was when he was born. Um, but every day,
Relative
let's say
to
that.
the Earth's
But every
position.
day it is, yes. But every day the sun, the Earth rotates. We were at the same point we were born in that aspect. You want to go macro on that shit. But no, like the birthday whole thing is like every day or every 365 or 364 and 23 hours and 59 whatever fuck. We have hit that same revolution around the fucking sun, which we call a birthday. Yes, that is where he is. So yeah, that's nothing significant or specific. It is significant in our concept of reality, but unless other factors come into play, yeah, there's a macro micro game here, and that's why astrology is what it is. I won't discount it. I mean, it sounds like pseudoscience, but they have mapped this out, personality wise and everything else, and what they call conjunctions and trines and all the intersections of everything. Like you delve deep into astrology, there's a whole scientific basis for it. There's a whole mathematical thing for this being here, that being there, whatever. Um, people say that's pseudoscience, but
The positions of
I'm
the
sorry.
planets, like the zodiac, that is scientific. Like that, that
It
can be
is. It is
calculated.
very scientific, and that's my
But
point. It's
and
like, but it's ancient scientific, which we have not been able to discount. But at the same time, we discount as pseudoscience.
well,
Um,
that
and the
part
thing
of
is,
it
because
is, but
yeah,
the part that isn't is then making prediction. Oh, I'm a Scorpio, so that means that I'm more aggressive. That I don't really buy into.
no. See, okay,
Well,
and therein lies the problem because everybody believes that, or they see that. That's all they see in astrology, because it is all very, when it comes down to it, astronomically, mathematically based, right? And it's not just what you call your sun sign. What we say, it's like, oh, you're an Aries, you're an Aquarius, you're this, you're that. This has a certain degree of influence on your overall, right? But there are so many other things. It's where everything else is aligned to you at your time of birth. And though that's different for every single person, unless you're born at the same time at the same place, it's gonna be different. So your moon will be in Pisces or Aries, where it doesn't matter. Like everything will be different. Every time somebody's born, no matter where they are on Earth, unless they're born at the same time at the same place, it's not the same. It's
even if
not.
they were
And
though, that doesn't mean they'd be the same
but
people, right? Like or the
no,
same
that's what I'm saying.
attributes.
Like it's an
Yeah.
impossibility. That's what I'm saying. It's an impossibility for two people to be born in the exact same place at the exact same time, which is why it's so different. And people don't account for that when you talk about astrology versus astronomy. But astronomy or astrology is based on astronomy in the sense that This at this moment in time, this what's captured of your birth. This is what's going on exactly where you are, and what is projected exactly forward from the center of the earth of what your existence is. That is how they calculate this. So everybody is different. There's
Right,
no
but
way
they
you're popping out two babies or three or four or five. It's not like somebody just opened their legs and just shot them straight up in the air at the same time. One, two, three, four, five. And everything was exact same. There's just no way.
right. But the problem is the position of the planets and the constellations at the time I was born. I don't think had anything to do with who I became as a person. Right, it was
You
more my
you
own
no you okay.
experiences and the way
I
I
would
was
say
raised and my own uh, the things that
well
I've
okay,
done.
and I will say that I will say I understand that because again it depends on it's like how are you looking at it? Because again astrology it's very in depth. I've studied world religions. I haven't studied like things like astrology, stupid shit, numerology, whatever, like Eastern numerology, Western, whatever. I've gone through this, and the important thing is this: is that there is a baseline for it. It makes sense, and if you look at it from all those aspects, yes, it makes fucking sense because it's not about just the obvious of whatever. Oh, your sun your sun sign is fucking Gemini. That means you're Gemini and everything is about you being Gemini. No, it's not. It's about the alignment and everything else because they have, where's the moon? Each aspect denotes different persons, your personality, and actually how they are placed but amongst each other determines the interactions and what you struggle with and everything else. And you get a clearer picture if you delve deeper in astrology. The nice thing about astrology is you can't change it. It's immutable. Like all the interactions, like it is cast in stone. Your birth is cast in stone. It's all relative. Like what you have, your chart is your chart no matter what. So you can get the idea of your overall and your struggles and how that works against yourself and who you are from a personal standpoint. If you actually spend time to look at it, address your fucking chart. Not just like not looking at daily horoscopes. I mean, like that's so fucking superficial and bullshit. Oh, Cancer, today you're blah blah blah. No, 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 no. Don't look at that. That's why we can put this off. We just don't. We ignore it. But same thing can be said for anything that is foretelling or any religion or any belief system we have. The only thing the thing I love about astrology, regardless of what type of astrology it is there's a mathematical basis for it, and it's indisputable. Like you actually have, because us as humans, we need that. We need a way to verify that information. And astrology, in that sense, the whole study of it, in regards to what type of astrology it is immutable. This was here at this time. There's no changing that. You can't alter the facts. And it's very, very specific if you actually look at your specifics. Is all I'm trying to say.
Well, I don't discount it. I'm just saying I like the astronomy part of it. I'm definitely into that. I have my own
Well,
I have a
it's factually
telescope. I
been.
look. I try to keep up on physics and whatnot, but yeah,
Right.
I'm definitely into the science part of it.
Yeah,
Just
exactly. I'm
making
saying
predictions. Like,
factually. It's a factually, and physically, which is not a word, based belief system. Um, that's why especially in modern times, that's why I'm not saying that's why I'm attracted to it, but that's why I don't just not I don't I'll put more than a grain of salt into it because I can back it up with something, and if it's true, it's true, and I have not found it not to be true, and therein lies the problem, is because there's more than just like oh I'm a Gemini or I'm a Pisces or I'm a Scorpio or a Libra or whatever. There's more to it than that. It's about your natal chart. It's about where everything was when you're born, and even the constellations, and even everything else like immutable to us in our lifetime, right? The constellations, they're not everlasting, but they're lasting millions and billions of years. Well, billions of years. Let's be honest. Stars can come and go every other week, and that's important. There is a mathematical basis for it. There is astronomical basis for it. Um, shit, even the fucking pyramids are set up a certain way. It's very interesting to see that. It's like people in the ancient world even understood this. But and I can see the same thing religiously speaking too, because those aspects are taken from that as well. It's just everything interconnects. So I think the problem with humanity is this: where we are, by our very nature, we are going to try to divide. We're always looking for a way to fight one another. We're so fractured. I think if you synthesize all belief systems, synthesize, we would get back to the center. You don't get the whole truth until you pull all the pieces together, and we just keep fracturing this tree of knowledge and information about our beginnings and everything else, until it's unrecognizable, and we're all fighting over something that makes no sense because we're fighting for reasons we are unaware of. We have not gone back in that direction in quite some time. And the reason for that is because it's about power and control. I can guarantee you that, all these conflicts in the Middle East, nobody knows exactly what started whatever it was in whatever region or area. They just keep fighting because that's all they know. And that goes to every conflict we have in our own lives. We get upset, get mad, we fight. And sometimes it goes generational or more. But even with our own lifespans, it's like if you hold those grudges, if you do this, that, or the other thing, you will never, you don't even understand what you were originally fighting for or fighting about in the beginning. You'll never find resolution because you weren't looking for resolution. There's conflict to begin with, and it kept splitting off, and you're so far divergent from the original problem that you're just fighting the fight, which is sad. It's fucking sad. I'm very zen in my approach to life right now. Maybe it's my midlife crisis, but I've been doing this for the last 20 years, and I'm in my 40s now, and I was doing this in my 20s. Yeah, no, you're much better off if you're not playing the game. It's like recognizing yourself, what you're doing wrong, and just accept it and try to, affect positive change. That's all we can do with one another. All we
I
can
think you
do.
said, yeah, accept it. Acceptance, because like those things, the circumstances of your birth, what the stars were, where you are, who your parents are, and what genetics, none of that was in our control. We didn't choose any of it, and we didn't. It was nothing. And most of the events, most of the big things that happened in my life, most of the life change were basically random in nature. They was nothing that I could control, and no matter how hard I worked or whatever, it it was going to happen that way. And accepting that, and knowing that I can't change the large events, but I can change the way I react to them. I
Right.
can change my outlook on life. And yeah, I had a midlife crisis just a couple of years ago. It was not, it almost killed me. I'd be
I get
drug
that.
addict, yeah, but I've got myself clean, and I'm in
Well,
a
and
program.
even if you didn't, if we were, microdosing or whatever, it'd be fine for what you needed at the time. Okay, and
Well,
this is what I'm trying to say is that,
what I'm saying
and that's
is,
the. Go ahead.
it's a perspective. It is the way you look at things, because the world is brutal, and nature is not nice. It's a lot of things are not fair, but the way we react and handle these things is all we can really control. And I mean, there's even science saying that we don't have any of that control, and most of our decisions are deterministic or whatever. But you know, um, not getting into all of the philosophy of it, we choose our own outlook. We make our own purpose, and whatever that is to you, you have to decide for yourself. But um,
Yeah, I didn't
it's up to us.
choose to have this big dick energy. It was born to me.
All right.
And
Well, it's okay, Mister 3.5.
Yeah, the thug life doesn't choose you. The right? No, you don't choose the thug life. The thug life chooses you. I think that's how it goes.
Well, I mean, did any of us use circumcision, as a baby if we went that route? No. But see, this is actually, I'm just joking about that because, again, that's a very important thing. However, no, you actually raised some very, 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 very intelligent, good points. These are things we debate over and philosophize over time immemorial. Is the big picture versus small picture? Is what is in your control versus what is not? This is why, it drives me crazy because my mother went to that Eckhart Tolle fucking bullshit, and Tony Robbins. She spent thousands of dollars to do these stupid fucking things. And I say, what the fuck did you learn? And she'd tell me, I'm like, that's why I tell you every goddamn day. How about you just pay me half of what you're going to spend to go to these conferences and listen to what the fuck I actually say? Because she's got the whole like, wah, 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 peanuts gallery bullshit. Like the parents say something and you don't understand it. And I've repeated this in reality where I've seen it, and somebody else had to say the same thing I said after I've said it 5 times just to get that out there. And like, oh my God, this makes sense. That's a good idea, or this, that, everything. Regardless, okay, what it comes down to is this. It is that giant fucking thing. Like we have control over certain things, right? And we don't. Or, we don't have control over the larger aspects of life. We don't. And this is what frustrates me. Because people that sit there and try to say, don't sweat the small things like fucking Eckhart Tolle or any of those fucking self-help gurus or idiots. No, that's the only thing you have control over. The big things, you get in a car accident, you have cancer, like some crazy life event just changes your whole reality. A family member gets killed or ran over, whatever. You have no control over that. You have control over the small things. You have the control over the interactions with one another, with humanity. So that is where you need to focus your energy on, because you have no control over anything else, any of those bigger picture items. And I like to look at it this way. All right. Like there's this concept of destiny. If you want to call it destiny, or preordination, like certain things happen a certain way. So there's like this framework of destiny. Just imagine it's kind of like DNA in your body, right? So you're always going to hit those same points. It's how you get there. The journey that gets you there is what's going to make you who you are, because you have no power over the things that just happen outside of your purview. What you have power over is your interaction with one another. Whether love and support and hate and vitriol, whatever it is, you have the ability to impact each and every individual you ever encounter with some semblance of something. So we need to take that power back, right? Let's be honest. Because I'll tell you what, I think every interaction I have with any individual on any standpoint, it's like, I see that as a learning experience. Either I'm learning that I'm doing something wrong, or they're doing something wrong, or I'm taking a lesson from them, or I'm providing a lesson to them. That's the way I see it. It goes, it's kind of an infinite thing in that sense, right? Where you can learn from the past or other experiences and make a better choice, but you cannot avoid fate or destiny, as you call it, because that is wound up in the fabric of reality, which, it's whole thing against free will versus, predestiny, which is unfortunate because, we have free will, but we are predestined to hit certain points in our life. Regardless of what those may be, we might go off and veer to the right or to the left or a path, but we still are going to have to hit that same struggle. And it's how do we come through that situation? How does it affect us? How do we grow when we hit that? Because no matter what we do in our life, no matter what path we choose, we're still, that's what I'm saying. There's a structure of destiny, of fate, right? No matter what, there's this framework that exists all around us, that we still have to live within, regardless of our free will. And we're going to still hit the boundaries of that, and we're still at the intersections of that. It's like, but how is your journey going to affect your life within that? You're going to still hit the same, the same circumstances or same problems. You're going to do that throughout your life. There's no avoiding it. But when you get there, and how are you, are you prepared for that? That's all we're trying to do. Is we're just navigating this framework.
It's like, do you bring did you bring the rubber, or are you going to maybe just say screw it anyway, and just allow things to pan out however it is they pan out?
Yep, that's putting it very succinctly. Yes.
Do you need the rubber? Like, who wants to have sex but take all the fun out of it? That's usually a condom.
Oh my God. Okay. Now this drives me crazy.
I'm just saying.
Yes. No. This is bad advice. Okay. No, you have to have half brain in this situation. Okay. I'll be honest with you. I just went through a fucking divorce. All right. So my now ex had a child with my what was going to be my foster child, and they have a kid together as of a month ago. Right, like Jerry Springer shit. Um, I went through this whole like divorce process and separation and everything else, and this happened throughout that process, right? Where it's like, God, what do you want to call it? What's his name? Woody Allen and Sweeney or whatever the fuck. Um, yeah, it's a huge fucking problem. It's because choices were made and things that didn't make any sense that occurred in reality and didn't happen. Fortunately, nothing happened to me. Well, there's a lot of things happened to me, but I'm saying like, from a standpoint of I didn't get any STDs or anything of that nature. But yes, this actually ruined my entire life. Um, but also things leading up to it, and that's why we were separated. But during separation, this is what happened. Like my now ex spouse had fucking a child with my what was going to be my adopted child, right? So yeah, that's a big
I'm my
fucking
own
problem.
grandpa.
So yeah, so this is why I'm actually in this situation. I'm Uncle Daddy, right? Um,
Daddy, like that.
Uncle Daddy, yeah. But see, it's like again, I'm not letting this fuck with me. I have been through a lot worse in my life. Because I feel like I'm like the original Jerry Springer before it was scripted. That's my life, or whatever. I don't fucking care. But my main point here is that that's something I had no control over, and how does that affect me? And this is the way I saw it too, because my ex is like, oh, so like thought I was gonna be angry and want to kill you. Not happening, because that's not how I'm doing things, right? Uh, but what I see is this: I am completely disappointed and completely disgusted in the way this came about. I am for every and all reasons, but I couldn't affect that where it went. But I need to accept this for myself, and I'm not gonna be angry. I'm not going to fight it. I'm not going to want to kill people. I'm not going off on this weird tangent. I'm just entirely disgusted and entirely disappointed in the life choices that have brought me to where I am, despite what they have brought me to, financially, livelihood wise, or anything else.
I
I
mean,
am an individual of growth, and I understand that I can move forward from here. But it sucks. It fucking sucks to be where I am, and you don't even know my whole story. Like Logan knows a little bit more, but you don't. But I'm sorry. I'm gonna let you go ahead.
but
I'm gonna say real quick, you're echoing. I'm not sure why. I think John, you need to mute your mic when you're not talking because it's making everyone else echo. I think.
Well, I
Like,
was talking the whole time, but I mute my mic when I stop talking. I got that.
okay. Oh, I guess for me it just doesn't show. But I wonder why it's doing it then. But anyways, man, yeah, I'm right there with you, man. It's I'm I'm going through the same thing like in my head anyway. Yeah, it sucks.
So, Jono, are you saying that like I have the free will and choice to decide to sign up for this cult, and then later on down the road, more than likely, I'm gonna look back on it as divine intervention?
Okay, so that's your full question. Okay. No, you can join into this cult. And subscribe to whatever that may be because I don't think that's been clearly defined here. Well, I love the Logan and the what could be the cult of Logan. It doesn't mean that's reality in its entirety. Okay, so yes, you can subscribe to that. Doesn't mean that you're going to completely feel the energy right now, and that's a determination you make for yourself. It really is. Um, and nobody's going to keep you in. Nobody's going to like beat you down or like force you into it like it's a gang. No, either you're a part of this or you're not, and just that's where it comes down to. It's like, are we on the same page or are we not? And are we under the same belief structure or are we heading in the same direction or are we not? Some things are not for everybody, and that's okay. But nobody's gonna force you to do anything against your nature, especially when it comes to Logan, because we all have our own shit, and that's why I love Logan. Like he's got his own shit, I've got my own shit. Whatever we end up doing, we end up doing.
So there's no like formal application, and my mere presence is admission enough to be, in the cult?
Negatory.
Well,
Oh,
yes, exactly. Yeah, I was gonna say like Logan can answer that, but I think you just put that very succinctly. No, it's a no. Like this is not some sort of Jehovah's Witness or what do you call that? Mormonism or Heaven's Gate. It's not. It's not that kind of cult. If you're going culty, he's just being fun about this. Yeah, we have to use the words and the verbiage to make it more. Yeah.
Yeah, this
um,
isn't like an afternoon special.
isn't everything like tied to culture though?
A cult is about culture. Let's be honest. That it's in the name.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with the cults. I mean, this is a cult we're in right now, talking here on Twitter. We're all in the Twitter cult, and the only difference between like Twitter cult and my cult is that, well, I guess everyone else be my slaves and that kind of thing, but it's pretty much the same.
I love that. See, this is the other thing too. There you go. It's like you're
Well,
not a slave.
it's good
You could be a slave, but no. Like I'll be honest with you. Like if I'm going to join the cult of Logan, yeah, there's no slavery here. Like I am not. I am not the one.
like I'm glad it's the cult of Logan and not the John occult, because that would confuse me and make me think that it was somehow hidden or obscured or something. And yeah, it seems to be wide open, so I'm glad you chose that.
Yeah, it could have been there could have been some confusion. It could have been some kind of IRA operation. People might not be so inclined to join.
This is why I've not started my own cult. I could do that, but see, cults are generally about being confusing to people, and just bringing disparate belief systems together to engage and suck people in. I am more than capable of actually making a real fucking cult myself. I will not do that. I am who I am, and I'm not going to pretend to be otherwise. Logan is pure in his, in his life and livelihood and beliefs, and that's great. I might be a little more obscure for most people because the way I talk, it is because I have very similar values, but I have a lot of ways going through things differently, and accomplishing those goals. So no, we're here for Logan. I just happen to know Logan. He's a cool guy, and that's why I'm co-hosting. Besides the fact that I don't really sleep, but also I'm here for the fact that we can discuss these things in perpetuity, and get all the details hashed out. That's what we're doing. That's what you are present for right now. Exactly. And so just to get you onto the whole Logan sphere, um, but I'm gonna stop fucking talking because I'm just ready to go. I need to go upstairs and grab some more cigarettes from my my hotel room.
Oh yeah, this is another development. I quit smoking. I just gave it. I was like, fuck it, that's it.
What? No,
Yeah,
Logan, no.
yeah. I mean, yeah, I was only smoking like 1 or 2 cigarettes a day anyway.
No, I know you were, but like, okay. Well, when I see you this weekend, we're doing something. Yeah, I'm gonna get some menthol cigarettes because that's a hard thing.
Oh yeah, that's good stuff. Oh, oh, yeah. I don't know. I didn't hit that button. I'm sorry about that. And I can get menthol cigarettes, man. Do you just go to the smoke shop to get them? You on that list?
Okay, the only way you can get menthol cigarettes in the state of California is Indian casinos or the military bases. I can do either or, so that's what I do now. And hey, Angela's here. Hey, Angela.
Hello, good morning. How are y'all doing today?
Beautiful. It's my birthday today.
Happy birthday. I just sent you some glorious screenshots for you to laugh at. I think you'll get a good kick out of them. This is the supposed AI person that's been joining chats and stuff. Everyone on the app is saying this person is a fake person. So I just asked her because I wanted to know. I'm like, yo, like, what's the deal? And that was her response, bro. It's fucking crazy.
Wait, we're talking about Mistress who's in the room with us now?
Oh, I sent it to you, John, too, and the citizens. Y'all have it in your inbox.
Oh, thank you for that. It's been so long since I talked to you, Angela, but I have not been doing anything on Twitter for the last 5 weeks.
Sometimes you got to recenter and refocus.
Oh, my dear, I really need that. I went through my divorce. I sold my house. I did all this other stuff since then. So, yes, I get it.
I freaking get that. I have people on this app trying to get me fired from my job, and haha, it didn't work. But keep on trying. I thought it was funny though. I literally had people call my boss saying, "You need to fire her. We're gonna dox you," forgetting we have caller ID.
I
Yeah, I
love
don't
that.
know. How do you get someone fired? Like you just say like
They
this woman's a
threaten
bitch or
them.
something?
They're like, "Well, if you don't fire her, we're gonna dox you." I'm like, "Come on, guys, you gotta be a little better than that."
She's
I
not
love
wrong.
Thank you
You
for the
see,
raise, though. I've been fighting for that for a while.
the thing about doxing is it is necessarily an implied threat of violence because the idea is, well, if you dox this person, well, then it could just be anybody who just walks up and it doesn't like who you are, and they can go and attack you.
Yes and no. But I mean, it's always an implied threat of doxing. That's the problem, is that they can affect your livelihood, whether it's your children, your job, your household, anything you've got going, your mortgage. Yes, people do this. And that's what makes dox so terrible is that it can destroy your entire livelihood, especially when it comes to taking care of your family, um, especially when it comes to your job, or hell, even if they were able to debank you or something like that. Like, yes, there are so many problems implicit within doxing someone, and they use all those tactics.
I would also like to remind them, though, that you can sue people for loss of enjoyment of life. And I am a very petty individual. I'm working on it. And, it's a work in progress. I'm a retired mean girl. But if people make me come act a character, I'm not holding any punches back. If I get to that point where I have to, hold other people accountable just so that I can move forward, it's going to be full transparency. I hope people realize I have nothing to hide. And I will tell on my damn self before I give anybody the opportunity to do that for me.
Okay, and you already know this. Like, I have nothing to hide, but I also have nothing to lose. Going through this divorce, sold my house. Like, right now, like, okay, so you missed it all. I am actually staycationing in the hotel right now, and I've got my dogs boarded. Regardless of the amount of money it's costing me, like, I don't care. Nobody can do anything to me. They can't. And I put myself in that position. A position of safety, as I want to call it. Because nobody can say or do anything about me. Like, go right ahead. Dox me, try to destroy my life. You can't, like, take me out of my position in employment. Because you know what? I shut down my company. I'm literally doing nothing right now. There's nothing you take away from me. But even though I was, you couldn't. Because whatever I'm doing, it was the people I know. There's no way. And I've had people try to dox me and try to get rid of me, and it came to me. It came directly to me. Like, this guy, blah, 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 he's trying to blah. Really? Well, that's me. So good luck. You're not going to like get me out of my own damn company. This is, yeah. But people are fucking terrible. And, I've always had that ability to, like, I didn't have to worry about that. And in the future, I would probably do the same because I just can't work a normal 9 to 5 job. I can't. So I'll do something with my life. Um, but sometimes, like, don't come at me unless you are prepared to lose everything, because I can be petty too. I really can. And I've got the time and energy to do it. I've got some money sitting around. I'm doing enough for my life. I have nothing going for me. I'm through a shitty divorce. I have my house is sold. Everything. Like, I don't care. Come at me, bro. I will fuck up your world because I have nothing better to do with my life right now.
And then don't cry about it later when we take it too damn far, because we warned you ahead of time. We told you that we don't have, well, I don't know about everybody else, but like I have this line, and when it gets crossed, man, I go 0 to 100. There's no doubling back. All I see is tunnel vision, and my eye is on the prize. I'm in it to win it. So like I get that sometimes is very difficult, but I'll wrap you up in lawsuits. I will serve you with a cease and desist. I will wrap it up for 3 to 4 years. Damn it, you're going to be paying out of pocket. I'm not.
Thank you. This is why I love you, Angela, because you are on the same page as I am, and we just don't give a fuck. We can do what we want to when we want to, which most
We're
people
on
can't
to
do.
die one day, bro. We're on borrowed time. Everyone's like, talking about like, live today, live today. No, you live every day. You only die once.
Yep, exactly. Well, maybe, yeah. Normally you only die once. Yeah, we die only once. So we'll say that. We die only once. Yeah, exactly. But how's everything going, Angela? Otherwise.
Chaotic as fuck, but exciting nonetheless. A lot of doors have opened. I had that meeting
Oh.
with CID last week on Tuesday. That was nerve wracking. They offered to help me, but I cannot take their help for the simple fact that if they prove that my dad was handed a baby the day he became a Green Beret, I have to stop talking to the investigative journalist from Rolling Stone magazine about the current issue with human and drug trafficking with our third special forces group. So I cannot take their help just because it's screwing over a lot of other survivors that are currently going through this stuff.
See, now yours is not an easy path to navigate, and I can't begrudge you that or hold, that's terrible. The whole thing's terrible. But you're making progress in that, and that's amazing. I love
Dude, MK Ultra was trending yesterday. Tell me that's not awesome in itself.
that. When it comes to what you're going through, yes, that is awesome in itself. But most people know shit about shit when it comes down to, right?
I hope they're ready because that's just the tip of the iceberg. I feel like when the majority of the people realize MK Ultra was just one project, yeah, it stopped at that year, but they renamed it. It's still going till this day. I think when the mass majority of people realize the extent of which they've been lied to, they're going to be really angry.
See, I would hope they'd be angry, but I don't think they will be, and that's the problem. Even when it came to MK Ultra, and I mean that's now a Netflix fucking special. Um, nobody's up in arms, and that's actually by design. Let's be honest, that's by design. Is that's what's going on? It's like let's just numb people to every possibility on everything, and nobody fucking gives a shit. That's the reality we live in right now. It's
We're
just
like literally dealing with like mass cognitive dissonance.
right. Thank you. That's my point. Um, and that's the reality we live in. So we need to be a little more focused and explanatory in that regard. And that's not quite there. But unless other than people like yourself or possibly me in some circumstances, to put that information out there. But doesn't mean people are going to believe it, nor do they want to believe it, just because truth is a hard thing to come by.
In a way, though, I kind of envy that mentality. I would love to be able to walk through life with that type of security, and that kind of safety. So, in a way, I don't really hate them. I understand, but I don't, and on the other aspect, I wish that we could kind of ease them into this information without traumatizing them. Because I feel like a lot of this stuff can re traumatize other people that have never experienced it before.
Completely understandable. And that's my point is that, yes, it's about trauma too. At the baseline level, because let's be honest, everybody here has probably had some sort of trauma. Where they realize the level of that or not, yes, it exists, and that's the hardest thing to deal with. It really is. But you are so succinct and come from a background of God, like such a very background, as it were, where you can explain this in detail, and you actually have a reason to fight for a cause that most people cannot explain otherwise. Why they want to do what they're doing or why they are doing what they're doing. You have this in spades. You really do. And so I don't know if you want to explain it to the audience here that may or may not know you, but my God, like Angela, you understand this to the umpteenth degree.
I appreciate that. I mean, I'm not going to pretend to be a professional. I'm winging all this. I'm self-taught. Everything is just trial and error and learning from, messing up. honestly, that's where I got most of my information, is doing the wrong thing the first time and realizing that's not the way to go about it. I was kidnapped and sold as a baby. My sealed file is missing from vital records. I've had to prove my identity. And then, my dad was unalived on Father's Day. And then I searched my whole life to find my mom, and I found her. So that, that's a positive. But then she was murdered on my birthday in 2018. And I felt cheated because I didn't feel like I got enough time. And then I had to prove I was her daughter in order to try and get her, you know, not exhumed. What's it called? Like when what's an autopsy done? They refused an autopsy because I had to prove that I was her daughter. So I had to bury her instead of cremating her. So that way, long term, I could exhume her and have all that stuff done again. I feel like if anything can come out of my story, I would like for a program to be set up to help adopted and kidnapped and trafficking survivors find their roots, so they're not wasting 12 to 20 years of their life trying to get these answers just to get, just to heal their inner child. I feel like I wasted a ridiculous amount of time tiptoeing around people's feelings because I didn't want to be the bad guy, because at the end of the day, I still care about my abusers, and I understand now that's trauma bonding. But if I would have started this fight a long time ago, I wouldn't be as hard as it is now. Especially because my grandparents worked for the CIA. My dad was handed a baby the day he became a Green Beret. Like there's extensive layers that I myself don't fully understand. I would love to know that why kidnap a baby from their mom and why adopt her into a military family, and then why allow that type of abuse that happened to me at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base to continue. I'm 36. I'm okay. I'm safe-ish. I'm still around certain people, but they don't mess with me for the simple fact that I have multiple contingency plans. How many other people, though, are going through issues like this that don't have a safe space, or don't have or don't feel safe enough to use their voice because they're scared of, retaliation, or, just the internet in general is cruel. I'd like to change that.
And see, oh my God, you hit the nail on the head right there. Because again, people are always scared about truth and reality, because how does it affect one and each another, ourselves, especially ourselves, when it comes to the livelihood of us or our family, or how do we go on? Even if you're a survivor of anything remotely crazy that you've gone through, it's a very hard thing to deal with, right? Um, and there's no platform. There's literally no platform to put that out on where we can discuss this. And that's why I do love this specific platform. I love being on X, so we can put those stories out there and try to connect with others. And especially for you, Angela, like you've been so vocal and so, God, what's the word I want? Like you have receipts. You back up everything you say, and that's what I love, is that nobody can refute what you say.
John, I myself find that I don't even have a safe space, even in X spaces. My big dick energy is oftentimes not received in the way that I would hope. And sometimes my energy is just has nowhere to go, no outlet. And I feel oftentimes just wandering in space, lost in space, no people, no home to call my own.
Okay, Citizen, I love you. I've known you for so long at this point, like damn near a year. I don't know if you're being tongue in cheek about this or not, because I know
Well,
you're going through some stuff.
yeah. I was trying to disclose just exactly what people such as myself go through. And, I was trying to establish a safe space, supportive environment here with Logan, as a matter of fact. And it was just very difficult to even just for a brief while find any sense of community, any sense of support, because the saboteurs eventually come in and, mushroom stamp you in the face with their very uh, small, energy that is, I would say, very perverse. And yeah, it's like the extreme opposite of what it is exactly those who are in my position have. And it's sometimes, the greatest blessing can be the greatest curse.
Okay. Logan, do you meet everybody? Go ahead, Logan.
Yeah.
So
Let me know if you
we've
can hear this.
established that man with an over. Welcome back to
We can hear it.
BDE Chronic. We've just scratched the surface of the wild world of excessive big dick energy. Now it's time to explore the curse that comes with it. Brace yourselves, folks, because things are about to get real. So we've established that men with an overabundance of BDE often find themselves in a peculiar predicament. On the surface, it might seem like a blessing, but trust me, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. Let's take a closer look at the curse of BDE. Picture this. You're walking down the street, minding your own business, when suddenly you feel the weight of countless eyes on you.
Poor citizen.
People are drawn to your magnetic energy, your confidence, and yes, your big dick energy. But here's the catch. As much as the attention can be flattering, it can also be overwhelming. Men with excessive BDE often find themselves bombarded by women who are relentless in their pursuit. These women see them as nothing more than objects of desire, constantly pushing them to engage in all sorts of cock-related activities, like the infamous cock push-up. It's a double-edged sword, my friend. While these men may enjoy the initial flattery, it can quickly become suffocating. They long for meaningful connections, for someone to see beyond the surface level appeal and appreciate them for who they truly are.
That's all right, citizen. We're here for you, buddy.
I love that. That's just hilarious. And also very true. That's the important thing.
I don't mean to interrupt, John, but this is Jelaine. I had my hand up. I don't even know if you could see it, but I just want to tell Mistress, could you please follow me? I don't know what happened. I know I'm losing followers. A lot of people, it's just glitching. And I'll follow you back because I do love you dearly. Angela, I left your note down there. Unblock me, darling, and I will do what I can to help you. I am on your side. You broke my heart just now. I don't know what happened between us, but let's be friends, okay? And Citizen, I have...
As long as you don't call me a demon, then we're good.
I promise.
Yep, that's right, Julian. Don't call her a demon.
Don't call you
Angela's the shit.
I won't. I just learned that I'm gonna throw it out there. I just learned that I'm bipolar, so now I got that under control. But I'm not saying there aren't any demons out there. I can be one myself. And Citizens, I have co-hosted with you a few times back in the past. I don't know. I'm on your side, babe. So please bring me back into your fold. I'll help you with your space if you choose. Yeah, I'll help you. I'll help you.
I love that. I love the energy. And I just friended you.
Thank you.
All right, so Julian, and oh shoot, Citizen. So I guess there's some commitment going on here. Julian, what I would like to say to you is, whether that was, I'm certain that you've actually, gosh, what am I looking for? Like, okay, so you've gone for professional help, right? And that's how you know you have the issues you have. Is that correct?
Yeah.
You sought that out.
Yeah. I go to the mental health patient.
Right.
So, yeah, and
see,
I have been in a few times and not by my choosing, but if anybody else is anyway, that's a whole nother topic that we could discuss later if you want. But so I just did a 9-day stint in there. It was very long, and there were some really bad employees in there. But when I got out of there, I was just mentally exhausted, and you shouldn't be that way when you get out of any hospital. But I finally, nobody's ever told me I was bipolar. So now that I am on Risperidol, I take it once a day in the evening, and that helps even out my my synapses so they're not firing to the left.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop you right there. Like I understand, like again, especially if you have any issues when it comes to brain chemistry. Do you feel better right now? Do you feel more yourself? Do you feel unencumbered?
Oh
Are you
yeah.
clear of thought? Okay.
If I would have understood that I'm bi in the past, maybe I would have gotten a handle on it then, but I definitely have a handle on it now. But I'm not saying,
Right.
I mean, like with Citizen, if I'm co-hosting in Citizen Space, I won't go off and call people demons. I'm very
Well, let's see this
no.
thing. Okay. And the only reason I'm asking you this is that there might be people who are demons. There might be within a space. I'm trying to ask you from this very basic pharmaceutical slash psychological aspect. Do you feel more comfortable and more engaged in reality on these drugs, on risperidone, than you did prior to such?
I,
Yep. See, there we go. There you go.
I don't think
No.
that's a fair assessment because it usually takes like a week or two for it to get into your blood system to get like an actual effect. I have
No,
PTSD.
Angela, I get that. How long has it been?
No,
How
I
long has
do.
it been?
I am in more control of my thoughts now. So yeah, I got a handle on it. I have been on it a week or so, but yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, so for a week now. Okay. So this is actually where I think Angela and myself would be very, very, very interested as we progress throughout the next week or two to see how that actually impacts and affects you. My biggest thing is, do you feel a difference? Do you
Yeah.
feel more connected to reality?
And I bought some new flour yesterday that really makes me feel a great difference. It's sativa and it mellows my brain out and it doesn't make me sleepy. It doesn't pump me up like sativa. So I use that as a drug, as medication as well. Not all the time. I don't sit here and smoke pot all day, but I do get it from the vape shop. But yeah, the risperidone, it's called, helps me. It mellows my brain out. Yeah, it absolutely mellows my brain out, and so I'm not going into a manic state, which I was doing. And actually, I had some paranoid states. I'm not schizophrenic. I'm just bipolar, and But yeah, I don't think I'll be going into a manic state anymore. I got a handle on it now. So thanks for asking.
That's super
Oh,
exciting though when you like go through all this stuff for a long period of time, you think it's yourself, and then when you get that validation from a doctor like, "Hey, there's something else here. You're not crazy." I feel like that kind of like opens up your world to like a whole different perspective. So I'm happy for you.
Thank you, Angela, and I look forward to talking with you about. And I really feel for you. I'm so sorry you had to go through all that, but you're here now, and we can help others, right? That's what we're here for.
I feel like that's the only reason why we go through so much BS in the first place. And I'm not saying we deserve it, but I feel like maybe we have the emotional capacity to, or the the pettiness to keep on going, that they're not going to be able to break you. So like I feel like the domino effect is important. So yeah, we went through all this hell, but we're not going to let it break us. We're going to break the barrier to change it.
Yeah, that's because we've been so broken so many times over now. We that are broken. Absolutely.
this is exactly why I love this. And that's why I'm asking questions. I'm asking about your risperidone. What the reasons for it behind it. What dosages, whatever. I'm asking. That plus how you feel. That's the most important thing behind this because we need to get you to a point that makes sense for you. So I just want to know that, like, how is it affecting you personally?
I feel great, and brain now, and that's what I needed. So, with the combination of me understanding how my brain works in that respect, and the risperidol and my flour, I'm good. I'm good, man.
But I also want to ask you this too, because people don't talk about this. Have you had any untoward reactions or anything else during the time frame where it's issues of mania or like
Oh yeah,
episodes of?
yeah. Well,
Okay, so you've had those.
well, yeah. I mean, I've had untoward from other people, and rightly so. Now that I look at it, because people say things in spaces that piss me off, just like they piss you off, John, and but
Oh no, they see that's what I think is funny because
yeah,
you already feel that they piss. Yeah, and they don't. Trust me, they don't. Um, but you have this perception too because it's based on the drugs, right? That's that's my concern because this is actually a side effect of
no.
Risperdal.
I mean,
It's become
based on the Risperidol, my perception is because I'm in Aquarius and I'm in consciousness fifth dimension.
well, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I understand that. We're not even going there. I'm just what I'm trying to focus on right now is Risperdal and in just present reality in our physical bodies. So I'm focusing on that.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm not gonna go.
the Risperidol did not give me any negative side effects at all. Just put me to sleep at night, which is good. Wanted me to take Haldol, and I absolutely refused because that
Ooh,
meant
no.
no to the Haldol, no.
Okay. Well, and that's a good point too. But as I was saying, like I'm trying to integrate the whole medicinal portion as well, because you did put it out there like that. I was thinking this. No. My biggest concern is that you might have some perceptual issues when it comes to Resveratrol, right?
Yeah, no.
And your your belief in reality is what I'm trying to assess
Yeah.
right now.
Not for me it doesn't. It actually mellowed
Mhm.
my brain out. But
Mhm.
I still have the perception, and even more so as we remember who we are in God consciousness, so that's not affected at all. Not at all.
Well, see, that's what I like to. That's what I like to hear. I'm not a pharmacist, but I do understand how things do work, and I appreciate you for explaining that because I have like 15 follow-up questions. If you didn't say that right now, I actually have several follow-up questions, but that's beside the point. Because obviously you have other issues going on, which we all have other issues. As far as the pharmaceutical industry is concerned, they want to just drug everybody at all times. There's reasons for that, but no. I'm not going to the reasons for that. I'm just trying to understand why you are on the actual medications you are on and how they are working for you is all I'm
Yeah,
asking.
it's working great for me. I do take it once a day in the evening. I don't take it twice a day. I don't need it. Now, if I need it, but I don't. It's working really good for me. And yeah, I was, I'm a retired nurse, so that's a whole nother rabbit hole. But basically, they like to keep people drugged up, and it was a very sad situation in the hospital I was in with the other patients. But there's nothing I can do about it. But they like to keep them drugged up, for sure. It's shameful actually, because it just is. It's shameful. But what could we do? I don't know what we. It's the government that allows it. Basically, I don't know what we could do about it. Change the government, I guess. Right?
Or at least maybe
That's
bring
well, yes.
awareness to the mental health issues that are running rampant within society. Talking about it, people like me and you that have issues, giving a voice to it so other people that maybe think they do but are on the fence about getting that help, maybe they won't have that fear. Maybe when people realize that some of the stuff is like a hormonal imbalance, like, that's a lot of time can be fixed with just like a regimen of medication. Sometimes that's not always the case, but it's not a failure of you as a person. You know what I mean? There's a lot of different outside variables that can cause these things. And, explaining that stuff and bringing awareness to it is how we counteract that misinformation and that initial, thought process of how people view it.
Yeah, Angela, you're spot on about it. Mental health has such a stigma because it used to be the insane asylum where it was really bad, but it's not like that anymore. This last mental health hospital I was in was not the best, but I have to thank God that God allowed me to go there because they're the only ones that diagnosed me with the bipolar, and so now I have to bring awareness so that people aren't afraid to get the help they need, and hopefully the Risperdal will be a temporary thing for me. I don't advocate lifelong drugs.
I had Risperidol for 7 months is what I was on it for, and it did a lot of good. I did get like a little nauseous at first. This was years ago, but that was one of the issues I had. I would recommend taking it with food.
Okay, all right. Well, thanks for that. Yeah, I take mine.
Hey, Angela, is that an SSRI inhibitor?
Risperdal is usually used for like ADHD and stuff, but it can be
Yeah,
used for
yeah. So it
multiple
is.
different things.
Yeah, it basically is. Okay. Yeah, because I'm just thinking about this from a medical standpoint, and I hate all fucking and my man-made manufactured drugs. Like I can't. I don't like even like for me.
I
I
don't
just touching
anymore,
Tylenol.
but that's just because of the long-term exposure I had in my body.
Yes.
I have blood pressure issues and thyroid issues, so certain medications now, it causes my body to like throw a fit and go into a seizure. Like I'm actually dealing with heart issues, so I can't take the medication at all. So I go to therapy twice a week. I meditate and I smoke marijuana. That's my current regimen.
Right. And marijuana is actually, as far as I've seen, is a good thing. But at the same time, it's like, yes, there are pharmaceuticals, and now there's marijuana pharmaceuticals, or I'm sorry, cannabical, I don't know, whatever the fuck they call it, pharmaceuticals.
I'm a microdoser. I don't smoke like everybody else does. I just
Oh,
do it.
thank
And now
you.
I do for sometimes, like if I'm having like a really bad manic, and I'm gonna act out a character, I'll go roll a blunt and I'll go smoke it. But for the most part, I like to I'm microdose. So I'll just hit a couple, here and there throughout the day whenever I need to.
All right, so quick question. Use like the one thing you just said right there in the entire process, manic. Do you have some manic depressive issues?
Oh, absolutely. I have complex
Okay.
PTSD. So it's not something I've never been diagnosed with manic, but I have seen myself spiral before. I feel it when it's
Okay.
gonna happen. You get kind of like I wouldn't say like a red flag, but your body tells you beforehand before you're gonna get there. So it's my job to remove myself from the equation. Otherwise, I know it's going to go too far. And I notice sometimes people see when I'm getting there and they poke me more. They like the
Yeah,
reaction.
poke
It's
the
enjoyment
bear.
to me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They like to poke
they
the bear.
really enjoy it.
Okay, I just want to because I noticed what you
It's like
said.
a form of reactive abuse.
It is. And, I'm not saying you brought that upon yourself, but you allowed that, and that's what they come at you
It
for.
is. I have to hold myself accountable or I can't hold anybody else accountable. And
Right.
that's one thing is, when you work on yourself and you make peace with the good, the bad, and the ugly, it doesn't hold power over you anymore. Then you're
It
able to
doesn't.
talk about it without having all the anger or the resentment or because that's something that was really hard for me the longest time. Talking about certain things triggers certain emotions. So when you're able to work through that, you get a piece of your power back. I cannot get back the time that I lost. And that's the biggest part is I feel a little cheated. And so that's where a lot of my depression and, stuff comes around, especially around the holidays. All my family's dead and all the responsibilities fall on my shoulders. I have 3 sons and 2 stepsons. So at the end of the day, I'm not going to let them down. I could, for myself, put all that stuff in my pocket and focus on me. But at the end of the day, I wanted my kids to have that childhood I didn't. So I self sacrifice my personal health, like my heart issues and stuff. And I work 3 jobs because I want to give them that chance. So I'm doing it to myself. I'm aware of it, but I feel like it's for the right reasons.
Well, I'm not going to deny that. It is for reasons. And you really are. You are pushing yourself forward and making sure everything makes sense and getting to where you need to be. Yes. Lacking the outside help, though, it's like that's a very hard thing. And you know that. You know that. That's why I love the fact that you are still here with the rest of us, dealing with that and moving forward because you have so much to deal with. You do. And I know I do. We all fucking do. I'm going through my own shit right now. And the fact
But
that I
don't
can
you
even
feel a
talk,
little better, like when you're able to talk about it? Like even if it's not a whole bunch of people, there could be 5 people in the room, but you're able to speak about it and like someone validates you or like, you know what, you're not crazy.
right?
Or it's okay to not be okay. Or there's no shame in taking medication sometimes just to get yourself back on track. Like I feel like a lot of people have this unrealistic expectation, like especially for men. You guys have so much pressure on you. You have to be masculine. You have to be providers. You have to be sensitive to other people's feelings at the same time. Like that's a lot to juggle, just alone. So I feel like you talking about these things and showing men like, hey, it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to like make mistakes, you know? We're talking about this as bringing awareness to it so other people can follow in that footstep.
Well, and that's a very great point. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm agreeing with you in the entirety of what you just said. I don't ever let myself. Well, I guess I do in some regard. Let myself be vulnerable because I am honest about what I'm going through and why and the craziness that ensues. Um, the thing is too, it's like I come from that very like weird man stance, right? Of I have to be I have to be the rock for everybody. Where that's like a death in the family, like my little brother who passed away a couple of years ago, or or another family, or whatever it may be. Like I am the one that has to be that fucking rock, and there's nobody for me. There's nobody for me that's there when shit happens. I am the one that keeps everybody else's shit together. Okay, so that's a very hard position to be in, and that's what I've been doing for. Well, shit, if we're talking like time frame wise, like yeah, let's go back. Let's say like early 90s. So yes, early 1990s. Yeah, I'm old enough to that's where I can put stuff, at least from that perspective, me being able to be adult decision making, not going back to childhood and the 80s or anything else like that. Um, I didn't have a childhood. Like, I really didn't. But I did understand people, and that's hard things. Like so, I took away from myself. I did not enjoy myself. I did not allow myself to have childhood because I was more focused on my siblings, my cousins, everybody around me, and even my mother trying to work her ass off just to make a good life for us. When she was single momming after all the crazy shit happened with, my father who went to prison and then my brother and sister's dad who was a useless fucking idiot. Doesn't matter. There's so much to be said from that, and I have learned from that. And all the time people are like, "Well, you did this because your mother." I was like, "Nope, my mother did this. I didn't do that to that degree." It's like I'm not a revolving door. This happened. Nope, moving on. But then you also pressed me to do this, that, or the other thing for a family member, and it's my better judgment. I would do that. So you can't hold against me because I was the only one that could. There's so much to be said. But I've worked through these things over the course of fucking 4+ decades. I'm in my 40s. I'm going through midlife crisis. I know what's going on. I don't know where to begin or where to end. I don't know where I started from this fucking conversation. The
That's
point
the
is,
beautifulest part, but I just wanted to. I'm air hugging you right now so bad because it takes a lot of strength to talk about it, and it takes a lot of strength to know where you come from, know your roots, and then make the decisions to be better. Just because your father is your father, the mistakes he made does not carry on to you. You are who you are by the choices you made, and the woman who forged you and raised you. She showed you with the best of her ability, what she could do, with the limited resources that she had. And in a way, he showed you exactly what you're never going to be because you look at him and you see, all those characters and all those traits that you don't possess because you chose not to be like that. You worked for that. That's beautiful, bro.
all right. So see, this is probably the best thing I can say right now, Angela. Best thing, and for everybody out there, I want you to understand this. It's like, do not sit there and like, I am so sick of people blaming everybody else for their problems. You are who you are. Yes, you grew up in a shitty situation. Yes, stuff happened. But you know what? You're an adult. We're all adults here. It's like, don't sit there and blame everybody else or say this is, oh my God, I'm this because this, because this. No, you're a goddamn grown ass adult. You are who you are because of what you went through, but you need to learn from what you've gone through. You learn from those mistakes of the people past and become better for that. So that's the best advice I give for anybody in this fucking room. Fuck all your history and don't sit there and blame it on anybody else. Everything that you do from this point going forward, it's on you. You did this, you did that. It's not because mommy or daddy or auntie or uncle or grandma or grandpa or anybody else made you feel that way. No, you're a grown ass fucking adult. If you're 25 or older, get your shit to fucking together and do it and stop fucking being a little bitch and grow, and try to pretend like everything that's going wrong with your life is somebody else's problem. No, it's your
Take
fucking problem.
accountability for what you can control. You cannot
Thank
control
you.
the past. You cannot prepare enough for the future. Literally, the gift of life is the here and now, the present. That is your gift. So take accountability and change what you can. There's a lot of people that I love that I have nothing to do with. That yeah, we're friends on Facebook and stuff, we're family, but I don't have a relationship with them whatsoever because I know at the end of the day, the person that I am when I'm around them is not who I want to be. If I have to fight everybody around me because nobody else is doing it, I don't want to be around you because like that's me exerting all this energy that could be directed towards a positive. And that is my responsibility to remove myself from those equations. You can love people from a distance. You can still care about people and not engage with them on a daily basis.
The thing, though, is, Angela, sometimes, even though you try to distance yourself, this is, again, the woes that those who possess the BDE have to deal with, is it's so magnetic that people will literally just, come towards it, and they'll
They
just,
jumped on your dick, bro. I get it.
No, see, the thing is this: you're always gonna love them. Does not mean you need to like them. So BDE or otherwise doesn't fucking matter. I'll be up on that BDE for myself or otherwise. I don't fucking care. But yes, you're gonna, especially when it comes to those close to you, your blood family or those that you've made your fucking family by choice or otherwise that have been through it with you, blood or otherwise. That's your family, right? Your family. No matter what, you are going to be there for them, right? You really fucking are. And the other stuff you can kind of push aside, and if they come back in that situation, they do. If they don't, they don't.
I also want to remind citizens that yeah, you might have that energy, and yeah, it might think of it like a light bulb over your head. It's always on. It's going to attract bugs and it's going to attract critters, right? But you don't have to allow them. You know what I mean? You can set up a boundary. Turn yourself into one of those little zappy light bulbs.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I've played with this methodology. I maybe present a false luminary, and then use that to kind of guide them away, so I can have my space.
That's a coping mechanism. That's valid, though. I totally get it. Logan, are you doing anything special for your big day?
Oh man, thanks for saying my name. I was just fucking man, I was teetering on the edge of passing out.
Happy
No.
birthday, Logan.
Hey, thanks.
I feel bad. My bad. I didn't mean to wake you up. I just wanted to see if you were doing anything for your birthday.
Oh no, man, thank God. I didn't want to fall asleep.
Wow, happy birthday, Logan.
I'm 49.
No way. For real? Are you really 49?
No, it's just that's where like my BDE levels are at right now, I think.
I was about to say, what's your skincare regimen?
Yeah, do you even know what I look like?
I was assuming your profile picture was you, but nah, bro.
Do people oh shit. I think John got stuck in limbo. Did he say he was leaving?
No, he did not.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
shows a month. Oh, no, now he's gone. Damn.
Yeah, he probably got stuck in limbo. But no, the face on my picture is me, but
It's like an
all the
AI version, right?
yeah, it's not a real picture.
You got freckles?
No, I don't think so. Not on my face, I don't think.
Oh, well, I always just assumed that was you. But either way, you don't look like you're almost 50. I'd just say like 24, 25.
Like what? Your age?
Yeah, that'd be me guessing his age. I'd say around there. Late 20s.
Yeah, probably. Let's see. I haven't looked at him in a while. Oh yeah, you're right. I'd probably guess that too. I need to age him. I need to add like 10 years, 10, 15 years to him, and I need to do that. Yeah, I know how to do that.
I had a bad day the other day, so I went to go buy a pack of cigarettes, which I shouldn't have done it. And I got pissed off because I didn't bring my ID, and the bitch ID'd me. I'm like, I had my 17-year-old son standing beside me. I mean, I'm 30 fucking 6 years old, bro. Like, what?
Oh, wait, I don't get it. What was the problem?
She wouldn't sell me cigarettes because she didn't think I was old enough. I was so salty.
Oh shit! Those fucking people, man. Like, and they must get like some
I was
kind of
having
power
a
trip.
bad day. I'd have never gone there and got them. It's not a gas station I ever stop at.
Obviously, you're like of age. It's so fucked up.
It was. I was like, damn, if I was buying alcohol, though, y'all would have never said nothing.
Well, I guess I'll chime in because there's a lull in the
Yeah.
stream. Hi guys.
Hey,
I'm
Duffy.
relating real well to everything you're talking about, especially the mental health struggles, Angela. I come from a military family, and I have my own suspicions about my own family's connection to this. But I can't prove anything, of course. I've had my own sets of experiences, and I've also run the gamut of the good, the bad, and the ugly of psychiatric institutions. In some ways, I feel like my entire life endeavor is to try and figure out the puzzle of why people who become mentally ill can't get better. And in my research of many years dealing to multi-generational issues with things like obsessive compulsive disorder, even bipolar disorder, anxiety disorder. There are these weird disorders that are coming on in these subsequent generations to mine. And I believe it's because my parents' generation, the World War II generation, grew up as children in the Depression, the Great Depression, and the Dust Bowl. Then there was the war. And how much did that affect their internal genetics before they ever became parents? How much did that change their genetic structures to make all the rest of us more susceptible to these kinds of things? And when you think of mental illness, you're thinking emotional turmoil, right? And so in one way, it weakened us. In another way, it opened our hearts more to being more sensitive to the internal environments that we're in, and the conditions around us improved enough so that we had time to think about these things. But too many don't even think about their internal landscape, where they came from, like you're talking about. And they don't even consider the position of the planets and the stars where they were, and the food that your mom ate and your grandparents ate and all this other stuff as going into making up your own biology. So I think how us who know something about it, even if we don't know all about it, because nobody does, kind of owe it to the subsequent generations to speak these truths out to them. And I don't know how we coalesce as a group to speak forward as a group, because it's always easier in a group to speak those truths when it's a coordinated effort to get a point across. Anybody got great ideas? Bring them on. I'm up for it.
Honestly, I think doing what we're doing, talking about it, like you said, especially for our youth, because honestly, I feel like they're getting the brunt end of the stick. I mean, if you think about the problems that they're facing today, it's double what we did, what I dealt with when my, when I was their age. I mean, we had 9/11, but the extent of what they're going through is, I feel like, double that. They've had COVID, they've had, years of their life taken away, the school systems, I don't know about where you are, but they're understaffed. There's just a lot of big feelings in these little bodies, and there's not enough people talking about it, normalizing, letting these kids know, like, hey, you're not the problem, bro. Like, yeah, you have issues, but at the end of the day, like, you can change the narrative. You can pick up that pen and write the next chapter at any moment. You are not somebody else's chapter in their book. At any time, you can put that book down and start your own. I feel like that's important. Or volunteer work. I volunteer with the middle school. you don't get paid to do it, but just whatever extra time you have, just go talk to these kids. I prefer the damaged kids. Honestly, I know that there's a lot of other kids out there, but I want the kids that nobody wants just because like I felt like I used to be one of those kids and a lot of those kids just don't have um not saying a role model, they just don't have anybody to talk to. They don't, everybody comes from a different walk of life and background. We don't know what's going on at home. We don't know if they're getting enough food. We don't know if they're being screamed out from the moment they get off the bus to the moment they go to bed. There's a lot of other factors I think that play a part in this, and especially when it comes to the drugs and the vapings. And yeah, I don't think their kids should have it, but giving them a criminal charge and throwing their whole future away, I feel like is the wrong thing. I feel like there should be some type of mediation in the middle, some type of like outreach, to get these kids before it's too late.
Looking at their situation in other than a criminal way, which is the only way our justice system looks at these things, it has to become commonplace for such a change to happen. And I agree with you, Angela, it must happen because the future of our entire planet and the quality of the human being's experience of this environment must be improved overall for everyone. And that means we can't just be sitting here in talk spaces talking about it. We have to be doing, like you said, getting out in the community and volunteering and listening to the kids. It's why I became a teacher. I'm similar to you, Angela. I always gravitated towards the ones that were left out because I was very much left out of so much when I was young. That's a long story. And I'm too verbose anyway, so I'm not going into all that. But I 100% agree with you. Everybody of an age who's got enough experience and enough feeling for the next generations needs to get out there and help them. Whatever way you can, just be with them and help.
Yeah, I mean, all you got to do is be there and not be judgmental and yeah, just listen. I feel like I do like a lot of listening, a lot of listening. But I feel like that does like it's a huge service in itself, because a lot of people get helped out by that. So, what's up, Twisted?
Hello,
Twisted Fister, is that you?
Web3 Radio.
Web3 Radio. Yeah. Hey, sorry, I'm having some audio. I'm only hearing Angela and the previous speaker. I think it's Dorothy. Dorothy.
Gonna have to step you down, buddy. We'll bring you right back up. We don't want to miss a thing with a fabulous Web3 Radio. Come right back up. I sent you a little invite there. And now he seems to be vanished.
It might be his phone.
Yeah. Oh, Father Chris, I remember you. How's it going? Good times.
Well, that's so weird. His whole chat went away and everything.
Well, what do you mean?
So, like, I had him in a pinned conversation. I can't even see the convo at all.
Well, I guess he just deleted his account.
Well, damn.
I just sent him a message. I still see his comments in the thread.
Yeah,
though.
I found him. I had to go to his page, though, to find his chat. That was weird.
Hey, did you see that post by Wisteria in the nest there with that creature that's like in the driveway? I can't make out what the fuck that is. I have no idea.
I'm looking at it now. I mean, it kind of looks like a snake because of how it slithers, but the eyes are green. That's weird as shit. like when you first look at the video, you can kind of see like what looks like a snake body behind, but the eyes are weird.
Yeah, I can't make out what it is either. Oh, sorry about that. I was staring at the other screen. Go ahead, Father Chris. You know how to put your hand up. It's
Oh,
okay.
good morning. No, I just was
Morning.
looking at some
Good.
of the spaces, and I saw the name of this. I was just wondering what we're signing up for and where we're going.
Good morning, everybody. It's Wisteria. I just wanted to quickly say thank you, everybody, for looking at that, whatever that is. The thing that gets me is, and I've seen 1,000 deer come through. I live very rurally, and it's very wooded. I live in the forest and in a very rural area, and I've seen billions of deer, billions of bear, fox. You name it, raccoons. This thing looks like it's about 3 feet tall. And I was making my espresso this morning, had just let one of my dogs out, and she was kind of barking. And the dogs in the back, who have access to the back of our property, it's all fenced, they were going a little bit nuts. And so I quickly ran over and she's a dachshund, I let her in because it was weird. And as soon as I did that, my camera went off in the front on my driveway. And and I couldn't get access to it right away. So I hopped on as soon as I could, and I'm looking at this thing, and like, the weird thing about it to me is you can see the right eye. Now, the trail somebody mentioned before, there's like a stream, it's like it's the camera making this weird stream or whatever. But when you listen to the video with headphones, is what really got me, because you can hear the feet, like 2 feet, tut, 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 like it running up the driveway. And then it hears the dogs, I guess, or something, and its head is up. It's very strange, but that you can see both eyes, and they're big. Anyway, it's a chupacabra, maybe. I don't know what it is. I just wanted to share it. I have no idea. It's I don't know. I just cannot figure it out. Anyway, thank you for looking at it, everybody. If you figure it out, let me know. I'm going to try and blow it up on my computer and see if I can lighten it up, because I can't figure it out.
Yeah, Father Chris, is that a demon? And yes, the cult is. I'll be posting a link to it in the thread shortly.
I haven't looked at this video. I will. I actually like that kind of stuff. I would think it's probably not a demon. Demons generally probably wouldn't be running like that, but I haven't seen it, so I'll look.
Hello, Space Host. How are you?
Oh, I'm co-host, and I'm the co-host. The host of the space is Logan, and this is Cult Signups. Now, hello, citizen. Earlier, there was a request for creatives and solutions-focused folk. I'm one of those people. Could you tell me exactly what solution I need to work on, please?
Well, you see, Space Host, who is the co-host, what we were discussing was potentially maybe the abuse of various systems operating to keep people in this state of disillusionment and despair. It seems to be some kind of conspiracy that encompasses pharmacological methodology to achieve these ends.
Ah, so we need to make that suck less. The first step, well, just like an addiction, is acceptance. So I think we can all accept that it is, in fact, a thing. So that's good. Check that one. Anyone got a ding? I don't know. I have my dinger. Oh, here, hold on. Sorry, folks. Just bear with me real quick. It's a birthday today. Did you know that? It's a birthday. Oh, almost there. Pull that out. And there. Okay, moving on.
You see, Spaceos,
yeah,
who is the co-host, this conspiracy not only uses this pharmacological methodology, but it employs this
technology.
this technology, but education. It is a vast, conspiracy. It is almost like there. You might say there would be demons inhabiting these people who getting, using different points of leverage to compulsorily get them to go along with this agenda. And I think it also employs methods of blackmail and extortion.
Oh, yeah, definitely that. But what we need to do is not focus on the problem, and I don't care what you do. This is just what I do. I'm not going to focus on the problem. I'm going to focus on finding solutions, and that's the driving force behind my whole "suck less" movement. Is that we're never going to achieve world peace and everyone happy and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's not going to happen. But I bet we can make it suck less, though. We can make the world suck less. And why I do that is because if you want to eradicate this alleged conspiracy that is against all of these people and individuals, that means that you have to attack it. And what happens when you attack something? Well, usually, especially if it's huge and powerful and et cetera, well, it's going to attack back. So that would suck. It's one way, but another way would be to, well, not focus on that problem, but focus on solutions. And, well, we need to make the kids not succumb to it as much, right? So then I think she was mentioning this earlier. We need to make sure our kids are, we're aware of it, whereas our parents either weren't so aware of it or just were I don't know, didn't give a fuck or were a part of it, would just kick you out the door, send you on there, and you'd get indoctrinated, et cetera, and here we are. So now that we know about it, homeschooling should become more of a thing. If you can't just homeschool, well, hey, you could just be with your kids at home after school, and outside of school, make sure you're I don't know, knocking the freaking indoctrination out.
Well,
it is.
Don't forget, Bezos. This also entails economic.
I know. Okay, fine. We'll get into this. Yeah, we'll get into it. All right, here we go. It's bad. Yeah, I know. Okay, so it's worse though because beyond that, it's technology as well, and the technology I'm talking about is what we're just now seeing as a majority. This stuff's been around for a while, and what stuff's that? Well, that's large language models, advanced AI, AI agents, autonomous, et cetera, et cetera. And I've got really bad news for everybody. I'm sure you're familiar with the conspiracy theory and possibility of the simulation. We could be in a simulation, et cetera. Well, guess what? We are. But the thing about it is that it was not like people were painting it to be. It's not like the Matrix, and we're not plugged in like Neo, with fucking things shucking on their back with robots feeding off our electricity. No. The simulation we have succumbed to started quite some time ago with the adaptation and adoption of the television and mainstream media and et cetera, and Mockingbird or Bird and et cetera. Fast forward to the internet and social media, et cetera, and artificial intelligence. We have been duped. and most people are waking up, actually. The Great Awakening did happen, so that's good news. Basically, the perception and the social construct and state of the world and of things and of society and of all of it it's fake. It's a simulation to make people live in fear and further control them, to make the majority seem as if they were the minority, when no, that is not the case. The majority, or the minority is the majority. The majority is us. You know, we the people. Those people.
Space Host, I can't help but notice Colonel Jordan is down in the listener section giving you thumbs down. I would love to hear maybe his critique of your solution.
Is Colonel Jordan actually a colonel? Or is that a collateral Jordan? I don't know. We'll have to find out here soon. Humorous and deadly serious, light-hearted and morbid, precisely argued, and intentionally confusing. Well, maybe they were just being intentionally confusing. Maybe they were. See, the whole thing about the thumbs up, thumbs down thing, I still don't understand it, because he could have been agreeing that, yeah, boo with that stuff. That sucks. So you never really know. But anyway, this is true, actually, period. It's true, because just last year, and this is documented and facts, when Elon Musk took control of this platform we're on right now, they removed 300 million. I said 300 million. That's 307 freaking decimals. 300 million sock puppet bot accounts were removed from this platform. And that was one for every single actual user. Interesting, right? Well, that's how you control narratives. That's how you shift popular the census of the populace. That's how you alter the results of an election. That's how you...
That's how you manipulate psychological processes, such as, you might say, the confirmation bias, whereby people look to others to for normalcy, and then oftentimes this can maybe pervert a society and
and
destroy
or
it
the
from
worst
within.
side of it. The worst side is to silence those that might speak out against.
Yeah, like lock them up and then pump them full of pharmacological, tools to maybe dissuade anybody from entertaining something reasonable that they had concluded and observed, but instead now they think this person's off the rocker.
Well, and that's one side of it, and they do that. Yeah, that's psyop shit right there. That's just terrifying, terrible stuff. But easier done than that, and this is something I'm sure we all saw often, especially like on Facebook and such. If somebody were to post something that made sense or went against the current narrative, they would then instantly get just flooded with comments that were against it, et cetera, et cetera. And even if it was just 4 or 10 different accounts and comments, boom, all of a sudden that person is not credible anymore, right? Because now they're in the minority, and they probably feel like shit because everyone like talked shit on their fucking post. But if you actually looked at them, most of those fucking people probably had no connection with them at all. And then when you really look at it, see, I couldn't say this 2 years ago. I couldn't really say this a year ago. I can say this now, and people won't think I'm crazy when I say that most of those were actually AI chatbots. And that program that was running, one of them was called Tyler. There's some other names too. And they were to literally control social media platforms and social media and, society. And Elon literally is directly proportionate to us getting our fucking freedom back and society back because of because he got this platform. It's like that big a deal. And it's bigger than just like because he's letting people say whatever they want. It's because of the eradication and removal of those freaking AI freaking botnets that were just terrible. And the fight
No,
is still on.
I know, Space Host, you're probably familiar with the criticism he's received, having to do with maybe most prominently the supposed rise in anti-Semitism that maybe was alarming to some. But for those of us who may be observing other forms of isms, it doesn't seem to be too much of a proportional concern, you might say.
I think what we should do is, what the hell is anti-Semitism? Can somebody define that for us? It's bad,
Well, that's
right?
a good question. Well, I think it refers to Semitic peoples. Now, from what I understand, Semitic
Well, hold on.
peoples don't necessarily.
Anti-Semitic. So you're saying Semitic people, Semites, or like
Yeah.
Semitic? I'm being genuine here. I kind of get it and know, but like, there's a lot of people that don't understand this. I think this is important. You know?
Yeah. So Semitic peoples don't necessarily that refers to a race of people, meaning a hereditary heritage. And then you might say that it's being confused to some degree, or maybe purposefully manipulated.
Before we go into that side of it, let's continue on what the actual definition is. So you're saying it's a classification of a race of humans, not a religion?
Well, that's what the name would suggest. Now, this is the thing about words these days. It seems to be that everybody is confused about the significance and meaning of words. And I think this is purposefully done. It's like the Tower of Babel scenario.
I like how it's babble, too. Babble, babble, babble. What do they call that? Smoke and mirrors or gray areas? I'm not saying that's what this is, but that it is a tactic that's deployed by, say, like the ATF and other government unelected tyrannical agencies that like to muddy the waters of what is okay and not okay intentionally, so then you don't know what you're supposed to do, and then they freaking entrap you basically, and that's just bullshit. So that's not good. So,
well, right now, as you can see, I mean, for the past decade or so, they've been litigating hate speech, and if you're familiar with what goes on, let's say in places like the UK. They refer to racism. They use the term racism to describe one's concern about, what it is they are believing in, and then their practices. And they say, "Whoa, this is racism," and they neglect the fact that there may be some kind of other variables that may seem to be manifesting in the racial category, but in fact, the things that people are, bringing their concerns up about is having to do with their more beliefs and practices. So again, the confusion between these variables, it seems to be something that is glossed over and then maybe purposefully manipulated, given some kind of pre-existing bias that may have been injected into the public psyche, and then used as leverage to, you might say, wage a form of civilizational warfare.
well,
Can I speak up here? I'm such a
please
word nerd.
join the conversation, please.
It was asked, what is anti-Semitic?
Yes,
and I remember reading about Semites in the Bible. And so I had to go and Google it. So this is from Oxford Reference. A Semite is a member of any of the peoples whose speaker spoke a Semitic language, including in particular the Jews and Arabs. The name comes by a Latin from Greek, Shem, son of Noah in the Bible, from whom these people were traditionally supposed to be descended. That's
Now, just so you know,
Oxford
Dorothy, that's
definition of Semite.
right. But this
Wait,
includes,
let her
as a
let her
matter of
finish.
fact,
Hey, let's let her finish.
I thought you were done.
I don't think so.
Another reference said that any of the people from the Middle East, and they had a whole long list, but I was on a different device, so I had to look it up on my phone to speak it out to you, so I can read it to you while I'm on the
And I
space.
will read to you too to corroborate that, because I have in my hand right now the Scandinavian Races, which is an excellent book in my library collection. This is from 1884. And it's in great condition. So, Citizen, go ahead and chime in, and I'm going to get to some very interesting reading for you guys.
I'm looking forward to that. I was just going to mention that, in fact, if you look into the history of Rome, the birthplace was this island, Phoenicia. We have the Phoenician alphabet to thank for a lot of the language we use today. And in fact, those peoples were Semitic people. And that's something that's oftentimes glossed over as well. But I think what oftentimes, again, the confusion of words that kind of manipulates the public psyche in, you might say, egregore. I like to use that term to help people more or less. You can look that one up. But it's like a demon of sorts that operates in the collective mind of maybe certain types of people. And well, when you look to maybe biblical stories such as the one about the sons of Abraham, it speaks to this exact kind of notion where people kind of confuse this supposed heritage they may have just because of some kind of identity that has been associated. And this is you can psychologically look to these kinds of things that happen in the brain, where people oftentimes use or they have these schemas of things, and rather than go through and examine each of these individual nodes, you might say, of data points, they kind of connect them together, and then they in that process, the significance of things, and because of adoption, begins to change. So if you were to say something like God, that could be something that resonates differently based upon how one has experienced their perception of this figure, or the significance of this word, of this term. But clearly it's like it's an object that is more or less representative of something that is clearly different based on different people's understanding.